Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has congratulated the 2024 KCSE candidates whose results were announced on Thursday by Education CS Julius Ogamba. Speaking in Elgeyo Marakwet County, Ruto said the candidates outperformed last year's team.
The teachers we hired, the facilities we have provided, the additional budget we have committed has now begun to bear fruit. We are seeing that our examination passing is better than last year. STEM subjects have performed better than last year, and even our girls have performed better than they did in the past.
Ogamba announced that over 1,650 candidates got grade A, with over 246,000 qualifying for direct university entry.
There were 1,693 or 0.18% candidates who obtained an overall grade A in the year 2024 KCSE examination compared to 1,216 or 0.14% candidates in 2023. The number of candidates with direct university entry qualifications of grade C+ and above was 246,391.
Ogamba further announced that NEC had withheld the results of over 2,800 candidates and cancelled results for 840 others over exam malpractices.
There were 840 candidates who were involved in examination irregularities in 2024, and their examination results have been cancelled. The results of 2,829 candidates suspected to have involved in the examination irregularities have been withheld pending completion of investigations that should be completed within a period of 30 days from the official release of examination results, which is today.
Police are working to establish the cause of a fire that broke out at Cardinal Tunga High School, Mosocho in Kisii County, hours after the 2024 KCSE results were announced. Firefighters and security officers responded to the scene, which has a history of dormitory arson incidents. No injuries were reported. Police are also investigating the cause of a fire in which 2 children aged 4 were burned beyond recognition at Murinduko in Kirinyaga. Their mother had left the children in the custody of their grandmother before the fire engulfed their house. Area Assistant Chief Patrick Njeru said the grandmother said she had a loud explosion before the tragedy struck. These people saw what happened.
Wakati tumesikia mayowe ikipigwa, tumekuja na watu wakatokea zaidi na tukapata moto kubwa sana,
na tukaweza kupoteza watoto wawili ambao kuwa mapacha.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has once again emphasized the significance of the affordable housing project, saying it has helped alleviate Kenya's unemployment crisis. Speaking on Thursday when he inspected the Nakuru affordable housing project in Nairobi, Kindiki said the project has created thousands of jobs across the country. He said the affordable housing project has helped strengthen the country's economy, noting that many businesses are expanding by selling products meant for the project.
Faida ya mradi huu, kwanza, kupatia vijana wetu nafasi ya kazi. Nimeambiwa ya kwamba kutoka siku hii mradi umeanza, kuna vijana wengi, wanaume, wanawake, wamepata ajira hapa, wanakuja hapa kila siku, wanapata mapato, sio siku moja, sio wiki moja, sio mwezi moja, sio hata mwaka, tukiendelea.
The UK has urged Kenya to carry out swift and transparent investigations into allegations of abduction of government critics. British High Commissioner to Kenya, Neil Wigan, made the call on Thursday while welcoming the safe return of 5 young people who were abducted in December. Wigan said the investigations into the abductions will demonstrate Kenya's commitment to fundamental rights as it takes up its seat on the UN Human Rights Council. This comes at 2 days after Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and the DCI boss Mohamed Amin failed to honor court summons to shed light on the abductions. While senior government officials, including President William Ruto, have denied state involvement in the abductions, many Kenyans, including NAK Kenya party leader Martha Karua, insist that the state runs an abduction squad targeting critics. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of God.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again. Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talamu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a sheep or a sheep goat?
Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping out.
You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
One of Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot?
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ, when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa, took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Friday. A quick look at what's happening on the roads this morning as we get into it, and not much. We'll probably see some outbound traffic from the city today, getting into the weekend. Folks tend to do that thing, you know. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway. Just a little bit of traffic trickling in, but we're not at anything standstill, not yet at least. Kangunda Road, as usual, very busy. Outer Ring is flowing very smoothly. As you get to the junction going towards the Thika Superhighway, you may find a little bit of a hold up, but nothing too painful at the moment. Uhuru Highway will get into the city with no problem whatsoever. It looks good on Langata Road, as it does on the Southern Bypass this morning. Mombasa Road flowing freely all the way from Mlolongo out towards Syokimau and then through towards Cabanas, looking all right at this point. Let's see what Friday has in store. Talk to us and let's keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yo, it's Friday. Do you know that? Let me even sit in the chair properly because things are not balanced. Where? Okay. Good morning. At 14 minutes after 6, it's Friday the what? 10th of January, and here we are. Okay, January is not doing too badly. We're third way through the month, and maybe it's that year where January will decide that it will become like its mates and move things along really quickly, isn't it? How are you doing this morning? Good morning, CT. Oi.
Hi.
Ah, voila. There he is.
Hello.
Hello.
Wewe iko jambo?
Mimi iko jambo.
Dennis, wewe iko jambo?
Jambo mingi sana.
That is very good. And Sisi iko jambo. Sisi here referring to myself. Of course.
You, all three of you guys inside there?
Yes.
Mr. Aseto.
Yeah.
Yesterday the weather was here, you were here. So today, where are you in the scheme of things?
Same level. I'm not yet over the weather. Same level. At least we are cruising nicely.
Okay, don't worry. You're going to be all right.
Amen, inshallah.
Inshallah. You are under the rock. Jehovah, hide me under the rock. Abi?
The Swahili version is actually Wairimu. The Swahili version is, yes. Niko chini ya mamba.
Mamba juu yangu.
It's not Jiwe. Language confuses me, man.
No. Rock, stone, different.
Yeah.
Stone is Jiwe.
Jiwe.
Rock is Ma?
Mwamba. Yeah.
Mwamba. Msikia hiyo?
Mamba is a crocodile, just.
It's all right. Usage.
Jermaine. Mwamba is a crocodile. You're under the crocodile. That's not a good thing, man.
Mwamba is even somebody's name.
Yeah.
It's true. I know somebody called Mwamba. Munyafu. His older brother is big rugby.
It's actually called Mwambu.
Mwambu Munyafu, actually. I'm just confused. Either way, one thing I do know that it is Friday. That one I know for sure. And that we've come to the end of the week. And we have a number of conversations. Hoping everybody is all right getting into it this morning. Let me tell you what we'll be talking about today, shall we? Now that we've established that everybody's doing okay. If you're not doing okay, we shall revisit and we can see how to help you. Coco. All right. Today, after it is a Healthy Friday conversation that we'll be having, and we're going to be looking at the different cancers, common cancers that you find with men and their prevention strategies. In my opinion, something that we do not talk about as often as we should, and that things that we should actually do to take care. And yes, they're found in men, but they're also things that women can do to help out here. All right, so we'll be talking about that with Dr. Catherine Nyongesa. That'll be our 7 a.m. Healthy Friday conversation. And then at 8 a.m., we'll have a CBC ambassador, all right, by name Benson Wambogo Wakamao. You'll be with us here at 8. We'll be looking at helping parents, teachers understand the CBC learning model better. This should be fun. I think it's something that we need to continually debunk, and let's find out what it takes to be a CBC ambassador as well. And then at 9 o'clock, after 5 years, we're getting the woman representative for Nairobi in the name of Esther Passaris to join us at 9. We'll be looking at women in leadership. She's been in that position for some time. Let's see what milestones have been achieved with women leadership in the country, and of course what it portends for the world. So yes, we've been looking for her for a minute, and she will be here with us at 9. That's what we have lined up for you today, and actually for us in terms of conversations that we should be having, questions that we should be asking, and agendas that we should be setting on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Thank you already for getting into the room and joining us. We are going to take a look at what's happening with the weather. It's been chilly, it's been cold, it's been warm, it's been threatening rain. Let's see what happens with that. We'll come back and say hello to you as you get in on our live streams up on YouTube and Facebook. We'll say hello in just a minute. Karibuni sana.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Nairobi, as Zend says, it is threatening rain. It actually rained some parts of Nairobi yesterday, but today highs of 26 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. In Kakamega County, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. In Mombasa, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. Good weather there for experiencing the waters at the beach, and as well Mogadishu across the borders, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 23 degrees. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, highs of 24 degrees degrees and lows of 10 degrees. Now let's go to London, United Kingdom. Highs of 6 degrees and lows of 0 degrees. And that is pretty cold. And in the city of love, that is Paris. Highs of 7 degrees and lows of 4 degrees. That is the weather these are. Let's see how this is going to change at all in the next hour. Good morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Number of folks online this morning. Let's say a quick hello to you as you're getting in. Tell us where you are tuning in from into Kenya's biggest conversation, and we'll say hi. Yep.
And let's start with Desmond Ortiz. Good morning, 3 professionals. Congratulations to every student who scored any grades, including Y's. Listening from Uhanya Beach. And Armpo Tupo Sana, Linus Gitonga. Good morning. Good morning to you. Chris Maur as well is in. Good morning. Good morning to you, Don Sabwa. Ndu, Ichionade.
Sure.
That is how you this morning. Yes.
Okay.
You woke up well?
Wait. Let me tell you, I cannot say that I'm a language, buff. Wait. Ichionade. Adimaber. Abi?
Yes. Good.
Auntie.
Good. Hey, you're here.
No, you're doing really well.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You're doing really, really well.
Then Sabo, we're very good. Robert Mboga, good morning from Mombasa. Agola, good morning. And Kiongozi Omosha as well, good morning. Tuned in from Lucky Summer. The candidates did us proud. Clap for them. And Jimmy Munuthi, good morning. Spice family. Gilbert Kimuge, hello family of intellects watching from Finland. To all who scored B and below, don't worry, hit the grind and no doubt you will employ the professionals. And Ricardo Spice, Mariera, Happy New Year kings and queens. This releasing of exams should end like yesterday. Kitengela equal locked. Bwangi Juma, good morning Spice FM guys, how are you? Tuko salama sana. Everybody else seems to be okay as well. Zachary, okay. Hello Spice family, my shout out to a marvelous teacher goes to Mr. Gilbert Karakacho of Sacho High School, Baringo Heko Mwalimu. Good morning. Imagine a situation you've been beaten by a snake and instead of focusing on healing from the poison. Okay. Ongany Malala. Good morning. Ndusi Tim Kosalama. And we congratulate the students who just got their KCSE results. And Bwangi Juma, the government is now silent on citizens' disappearance. Where are we? Good question. Peter Chemursoi, good morning. All from E10. Dangote Kilonzo, good morning. Myself and CT, we thank God for the rain. Tuned in from Lower Lavington. And Douglas Kibogong, good morning. Is illegal to invite CSs in studio? No, it is not actually. It is not illegal. And the PSC nominees list for PS positions is out. Check it out and you won't believe that is my print. And Larry Mutuo, Guten Morgen from Cold Frankfurt, please invite to the hot seat to update us. All right, so sawa Larry tumekusikia. Douglas Kibogong, City, do you know the country you visited this week lies in the equator in Mogotio?
The Mogotio bit I did not know.
You just know about the equator.
I know there's Nanyuki, I know there's Maseno. Yes.
Okay.
Mogotio, I now know.
You know.
Yes.
Morris Juma, good morning. The Situation Room. Ndu audio clip. When it rains and you are at All Saints, this rain bar poured on me till I was at GPO. Yeah. And Douglas Kibogong, asante sana, nashukuru, and morning from Colchester. Good morning to you too. And Madam Ndu, City and Aseto, good morning. Tuned in from Federal Way, Washington. And Edward Gonza tuned in from the UK. Agola, Shindu, nice. Wanasema uko salama sana. Hii lugha ni kama umeelewa.
Sindio?
Kabisa. Mamba means a big rock. Mamba means?
Mamba?
Yes.
Vegetable.
Crocodile.
Crocodile. I was just making sure that CT was awake.
Yeah, and Ms. Roy Vids from Northampton, UK, Newton Emase from Sondu, Sandra Sharia from New York, and Robert Gatonia. Good morning. I really wanted to feature on your show to discuss justice in Kenya for Wanjikuma experience. Well, your day is coming. Good morning from the county with endless potential. That is Hezbon Sidon. And finally, Erastus Maina is tuned in from the United States of America, and he congratulates all the high school graduates and everybody else who's listening to us across the country and the world pretty much.
Indeed.
Karibuni sana.
Karibuni sana sana. We are still in Kenya. Well, at least, you know. And that's where our proverbs are from this week, City. Sasa leo unatumia nini?
Today, simple, straightforward proverb that is as easy as ABC. Kupotea njia ndio kujua njia.
It's true. It's very true. Kupotea njia ndio kujua njia. When you've lost your way, it's how you find your way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or to lose your way or to get lost
Yes.
is how you get found.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, pretty straightforward indeed. Let me just ask them. Avin, somewhere, do we see the other papers, or is this what we have and we just go with it? Say something to me, or yes or no. If you can do us a favor and check, it would be great. Okay, let's look at the headlines of the papers that we do have. And I'm going to look at certain editions of the Standard. Mangu Alliance and Merry Hill top in KCSE. Traditional giants, Mangu High, Alliance Girls, Merry Hill, Kapsabet High, and Kenya High lead schools that produce the most. As nationally, in this year's Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination results released yesterday, but marred by technology challenges in accessing the KNEC portal, slowing access to students' grades. Yes, we know that. I mean, many parents were really, taken aback yesterday as at some point the portal just decided, okay, thanks. Everybody's trying to get in here. I'm not doing it again. So that took some time to get back, and people were a bit frustrated. So we're looking at the different regions in the country. Kapsabet and Kabarak top in the Rift in KCSE. They are the traditional giants, but if we're looking at the schools that actually produce quite a number of A's and A minuses and B's and remained above that level, these are the schools that we're looking at. Again, Mangu, Alliance High, Alliance Girls, Merry Hill, Kenya High. They led the schools that produced the most number of A's nationally. That's the headline. We look into some of those stories as we go along. Muturi Eric Mwegai, Moi High School, Kabarak, 84 points with an A. Muthoni David, Kapsabet High School, 83 points with an A. And just going through and looking at them across board. Utumishi Academy in Gilgil produced 83 points. Bradley Etiang with an A. 83 points from Moi High School, Kabarak again with an A. Caleb Kibnyano, Kapsabet High School, 83 points with an A. Samuel Cyril, again from Kapsabet, 83 with an A. Moi High Kabarak, Andy Kibet, 82 with an A. Nyeri Barry, Kwamboka, Moi High School, Kabarak with 82 points and an A. So, congratulations to all, not just the A scorers, but all of the candidates for sitting the exam in the first place and then being able to complete. We'll look at some of those numbers as we go into these stories. Some other headlines some other stories that are making the headlines this morning. It's not a very exciting one, but Joyce Akinyi gets 25 years in the cooler over drugs. Looking at that story. Attempted suicide is no longer an offense. According to the courts, that's the story coming out of the courts. It's no longer offense because it was. That you tried to take life, so we know that there is homicide, we know that there is femicide, and we know that there is suicide. Suicide also was a felony, or rather an offense, now that we're on this side of the pond. But the courts are saying, not anymore. Okay? I know that we we have the digital papers? Yes, we do. So let's look at the Nation, shall we, Dennis?
Unfortunately, we do not have the Nation, but let's just see what we have. In the meantime, as we talk about matters to do with the exams, the fact that we had a number of cheats as well is something to worry about. If you have the Nation, yes, we have the Nation here. So on The Nation, record smashers, and that talks about the 2024 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education candidates surmounted various obstacles to post some of the best results in the examinations since the famous reforms of 2016. And you could see the images of the students there celebrating the good results. And it is something that pretty much will carry the day today. And the days to come, because they call them the COVID students.
Yeah. All right. What else do you have? Okay, so CT, want to go through? Let me tell you what's on the front page of the People Daily, and then we can look at some of those others, shall we? Record 246,400 to join university. That's the headline that the People has decided to use. But I have to ask that we saw upwards of 900,000 candidates sit this exam. And if 246,400 then are making the cut for university, the question is what happens to over 600,000 who sat the exam and then did not make the cut? Here we then make the case for TVETs. We make the case for alternate sources of higher learning and higher education. But then how many will actually pick them up? All right. People Daily also talks about UK now demands proper probe into youth abductions. Neil Wigan is asking questions, essentially, and saying, you know what, guys, you don't just take this thing like that.
Who's Neil Wiggins?
Is the UK High Commission Kenya.
It's talking about which abductions?
The ones in Kenya.
The ones in Kenya.
Yeah.
Okay. For a moment, I thought they have abductions in the UK.
In the UK.
Yes. Okay.
No, do you think that you would be able to comment on abductions happening in the UK as Kenya and tell them to behave themselves? But in this case, he's saying, look, you need to take this thing a little bit more seriously, and you need to now start probes into this thing. Who's abducting these people? Where are they being taken? For what reason are they being abducted? Sawa, that's what they're saying needs to be done. CT, see, you help us and tell us what's in the other papers as well as the Nairobian. Right.
Let's look at the Star. Star has many interesting stories, and it's all about exams. But the thing that stood out is in the Star, they're saying boys top maths, girls top languages. Okay? That's bang in the middle of the paper. All right. Then they talk about Sleepy Gikambura village celebrates sterling performance in 2024. This is a student in Alliance High School called Alvin, not Avin, Ranja. Yes, who got a straight 83 points. Okay, and the village, the whole village was happy. Okay, then Ruto nominees vow to eliminate ghost workers. Okay. Yes, it's in the news. Okay. Flamboyant politician goes broke, loses high-end vehicles to auctioneers. Okay. Kapsabet student who missed classes over illness scores an A in KCSE. Mombasa. Police arrest 3 suspect Panga Boys gang. Okay, long overdue this one. Kindiki, why affordable housing project is important. You know, the thing that is going to dominate our conversation today and probably tomorrow and a part of next week are these results. And we always celebrate those who have done well.
Yeah.
And it is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing for the students. It's a wonderful thing for the parents. It's a wonderful thing for the schools. But my heart goes out to those who did not get A's.
Me too.
Those who got D's, those who didn't even get D's, got... What happens to these students and the circumstances that led to their dismal performance? What was it? Do we address these issues, and where will they go? Because we're talking about X number going to the university. We celebrate that. Okay. The X number who don't go to university, what happens?
What happens to them? This is the question. Because we're looking at just under a third, actually significantly less, of those who made the cutoff. And the reasons, in my opinion, not just an opinion, based on fact that we've seen, that during this time, remember, this particular class has really gone through the ringers when it comes to exams. This is the class that when they were in class 8, they sat out for 9 months because of COVID.
Yes, they did.
This is the same class that when they were writing this exam in the first place, the teachers were on strike and there was no teaching that was happening. And remember that in the third term of the year is a revision year. Rather, is a revision term for this class, the Form 4.
Yes.
And that was the time that you had the strike by teachers.
Yes.
So what happened to them? And we also know, as you've said often, CT, that an exam should not be the measure of knowledge. It can't be.
It can't be the only measure.
It can't be the only measure of knowledge, because there's some people who don't test well.
No.
There's some people who may know all the information, but on the day of the exam, everything flies out of their conscious. What happens? Do we take such things into consideration? Is there somebody who could do exceptionally well, but then an exam which tests them on the spot makes them extremely anxious? Do we study those things and take them into consideration? Do we have the bandwidth when we're dealing with capitation that can't even be sent?
But then again, remember that there are areas in this country that were prone to certain natural disasters.
Yes.
Floods 2023, crazy.
Yes, and there are people who, because of this, could not go to school. There are areas where the schools they went to were then the places where people who had been affected by floods generally were domiciled.
Yeah.
So there are all these factors, and this isn't new.
No.
Every year we encounter some of these things, and the question that always arises, but an answer to the questions is never actually adequately brought to the fore, is how do we ensure that this disadvantage that certain people, certain students, certain citizens, because of the geographical areas they come from, are always being disadvantaged?
Yeah.
And then there is the issue of what the schools have in terms of facilitation for learning. And the disparity that exists between certain schools and others.
Yeah.
The disparity that exists between schools in certain areas and some in others. These are things that have to be addressed.
They definitely do.
Yes.
Yeah, and even as we just talk about it, we have the COVID-19, we have the floods, then there was the protest as well, the Gen Z protest, as we want to call it. We had as well other areas that naturally, apart from all these insecurity, talk about students in Baringo, who are out of school for a very long time because of insecurity in that region. And couple that with the fact that some schools, as we speak, have never gotten the capitation that the government should give to them. So it's a lot that went into these students sitting the exams, and you need to go back and ask, why did they perform like this, and how do we improve the situation?
Indeed. Let's take a break and look at what's happening on the roads with traffic right about now, and then we'll come back and look at these stories in detail. It's 23 minutes to 7 o'clock, taking a look into the headlines today and what is making news around Kenya and around the world.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so not much with traffic, not at this point, just a little bit of that starting to build. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, we'll see just a tad of traffic going towards the Pangani underpass, but I think we'll be fine for most of it. We'll see a lot of outbound traffic getting into the weekend as folks still do the thing where you're, going to different parts of the country. Coming off of Landis Road, getting towards Haile Selassie, in and outbound traffic, or touching on Kamkunji at the roundabout is busy. Getting onto Huru Highway from Mombasa Road is not going to be difficult today. Not much with traffic there at all. Southern Bypass looks pretty good, as it does coming off of Wayaki Way. And Langata Road is also looking good as well. We might not have to contend with much in terms of traffic, but it's all a wait-and-see situation. And let's talk in the meantime, helping each other out to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
So even as we will be looking a lot at these stories of KCSE results and what happened yesterday, we'll do that in just a minute. But I want to look specifically at this story that talks about attempted suicide no longer being an offense, and I think this is a big ticket item here, because you could actually, so you attempt suicide, you don't succeed, obviously that means you're still alive, and if you were in hospital you could be arrested while in hospital and then charged to court. Attempted suicide is no longer an offense, court now declares. The High Court has declared Section 226 of the Penal Code, which criminalizes attempted suicide, unconstitutional. Justice Lawrence Mugambi delivered the decision affirming that the law violates the fundamental rights of individuals, particularly those struggling with mental health issues, by subjecting them to criminal punishment rather than offering support and treatment. He stated that Section 226 of the Penal Code shames victims of suicide ideation in the eyes of the community for actions beyond their mental control. The judge emphasized that criminalizing attempted suicide violates constitutional rights, particularly Article 27 of Equality, Article 28 of Dignity, and Article 43 of the Right to Health. According to him, and I quote, "A declaration is hereby made that Section 226 of the Penal Code is unconstitutional for violating Articles 27, 28, and 43 of the Constitution." He noted that the law has caused unnecessary stigma and discrimination for people already vulnerable due to their mental health struggles. Justice Mugambi's decision followed a petition filed by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Charity Muturi, and the Kenya Psychiatric Association. The petition challenged Section 226 of the Penal Code, which imposes a punishment of up to 2 years imprisonment or a fine or both for attempted suicide. Needed to happen.
You know, it's always useful when these matters come up. Why? Every time there is an issue that goes to court and the court pronounces itself on it, what happens is our education and understanding of our laws is furthered by one more step. So we keep knowing and we keep understanding. So these things that end up in court, very good for us.
I think so. It's interesting that the law, part of the law which prescribes certain things, can actually go against the supreme law, which is the Constitution. And with engaging with it is when you find out, hang on a minute, this thing that we're saying should be provided for all Kenyans, we actually have a part of the law now, in this case being the Penal Code, which could go directly against your constitutional rights. And you wouldn't know such a thing unless somebody was able to say, hang on a minute, by the time I'm having this struggle, I don't wish to commit a crime. I'm having a struggle. And I've seen that the best way to deal with it is just to end it all. Rather than to provide support for this individual, you want to now make their struggle a little bit more difficult.
Also, there's this little matter of when that particular law was enacted. And how it is that it now relates to the current constitution. See, this constitution, when you are told it is revolutionary, it really is, because it turns very many laws that we had in this country on its head. And unless the matter goes to court and the court pronounces itself, we wouldn't know. Yes, we wouldn't know.
But also now, even I remember President William Ruto addressing matters to do with mental health. Though it's such a big ticket item that needs to be addressed in the country, we need to have policies around that. And as we talk about, you are suffering from mental illness, you are taken to hospital, but still get arrested while at the hospital bed and you're chained to that bed, begs the question, what is our policy around mental health? I know we talk about mental health around police officers, even students committing suicide because of exams. How do we then address that and have a policy around addressing such issues? I mean, if the law contradicts itself, then I think it's a good thing that we have the judiciary, the judges, explaining how we can come about addressing these issues.
I think it's a good start. But I think until and unless we realize the severity of the detriment that mental health, or in this case, sometimes lack of its optimal mental health, until we understand how much damage it can actually cause, then we're still a long way off. I think the judiciary, with pronouncements like this one that Justice Lawrence Mugambi has made, that you start to see, hold on a minute, this thing is actually serious. But until that there is an acceptance of how severe this thing is, we won't see, sadly, we won't see movement in the direction in which it ought to.
But you see, the thing about mental health is we often focus on the manifestations of it, and perhaps we don't pay adequate attention to what brings it about. There are many issues, but among them, there is a problem that we've had in this country for some time, and it's become part of our national heritage. Yes, it is. It's impunity. We talk about corruption. Corruption is a consequence, it's an outcome of the impunity. And impunity manifests itself in so many ways, in so many places, to the point where when we look at how people disregard court pronouncements, you see, what do you think you're seeing? They're not disregarding court pronouncements. They don't believe anything will happen to them if they do not adhere to court pronouncements. That's impunity. Now, the net effect and the net consequences of the example that is shown with people who hold very high offices is that that example is then followed downstream. And everyone in their little pocket feel, if we can see this happening, we're talking about how it is we adhere to traffic rules, people overtaking on the wrong side of the road, doing all manner of crazy things. Forget that alone. When we talk about exam cheating, now that's at the level where young people have understood the ethos of the nation, and we can see them manifesting their contribution to it. Okay? Everything that happens that doesn't seem to be good emanates from somewhere. The focus should be on what brings it about and how do you bring this to an end? Because you can have all the laws in the world, but if nobody's going to adhere to them, how useful is the laws?
There really is no point.
Yes.
I wish that we get to a point, I pray that we get to a point whereby we realize that you can actually see a man or a woman walking around and there may not be any physiological effect, but this person is actually suffering. And we need to take it seriously. We really do need to. There was no need putting together a task force who would declare it a national emergency and then not do something about it. All right. Another story.
End of the road as drag queen Joyce Akinyi gets 25 years in jail. Now, the end of the road for Joyce Akinyi Ochieng, one of Kenya's most infamous and high-profile drag barons, seems to have come. The once flamboyant queen who led an opulent lifestyle and possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles now faces the harsh reality of spending a minimum of quarter a century behind bars. Now, Akinyi, mother of four, whose name is synonymous with Nairobi's dark underworld, was yesterday sentenced to 25 years in prison and slapped with a 9 million shillings fine after being found guilty of trafficking heroin valued at 5 million shillings by the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport Court. For years, Akinyi navigated the murky world of drugs with audacious confidence, brushing off scandals and controversy. But her reign as the queen of Nairobi's drug trade has come to a bitter and decisive end. When I read this story, I don't look at Akinyi the person. I look at the effects of her trade to Kenyans. That's how I look at it, because you walk around and you find people who've been affected by consuming drugs, and how much, especially the trust the families had, their future destroyed. And you look at the ripple effect of now generations to come. And when judgments such as these come, you say, at least that is one problem out of the way. That is how I look at it.
The wheels of justice grind slow but sure. You can... I don't know, today is just like CT day in my head, because there's something else that you said, and I think you keep saying, is that you may think that there will be no consequences. You may think that you've gotten away with something. You may think that today you've not been, but it will come. Those wheels will grind, and it will come.
It will get to you. There's a Swahili proverb, Siku za mwizi ni 40.
What you're seeing is actually even not the problem. It's always, again, it's
a symptom.
Yes, what is it that makes someone want? Because someone wants to make a lot of money, and they're willing to go to all manner of lengths
to do it.
So what is it that drives people to do this?
Lack, fear. You don't want to be in a situation where you lack it.
Yes.
You've been in a situation where you have lacked it and you don't want to return there, and that you damn the consequences and you say, I'd rather do whatever I need to do to ensure that I am not in that place where people were not eating or where we had to suffer. And so you say, I don't want to go there again, so I'm going to do whatever. Or it could be, I heard this word, and for me, it's for understanding languages. There's a Swahili word I think is tama. Right? You see something, you want it. You are going to do everything you can to get it.
Come what
may. Or, again, damn the consequences. You will do anything off color in order to get it.
Yeah, there's also that, there's another lady, Mother Wangara, if you remember that story. The one was found with the bang in her house and all that. And she was released, I think it was on bail, went back to the same biashara till she was arrested again. So, yeah.
No, it's true. Exactly. She was convicted of a capital offense. And the day she was released, she got on another vehicle the day of her release. And actually now went back. It was robbery with violence.
Yeah.
Don't know where she got her weapon from that day, but then, went back into it.
Remember, for these things to happen, there has to be an enabling environment. It means that there are people within the security apparatus, law enforcers, who make certain things possible. You cannot perpetrate an illegality without the assistance of people who are supposed to actually stop you from doing so. And then you have to ask the question, what is it that makes people who are in that position to actually offer and who are whose sole mandate is to provide security? What is it that happens to them that makes some of them want to abrogate this? Is it that somebody was rotten from the beginning, or is it learned behavior? Is it something that someone learned somewhere along the way? And the word tama that you use, someone feels, wait a moment, I can make money out of this. And then you picture what it is the money will do for you, and damn the consequences.
Yes, or the first time you do it, you get some money, you're all right. Nothing happens to you. Nobody even asks a question.
That's what often happens.
Second time, nobody's seeing. Then you think, okay.
But is it not the same question we keep raising here? Of an individual is known in wherever it is that they come from, and what they do is also known, and all of a sudden this person is flashing some humongous car, and they seem to have money to just sort of like throw around, and you're asking, well, what does this person do on a daily basis again? But nobody asks that question.
No.
They are happy and content that this person has money. Now, the moment that permissiveness is part and parcel of what you call normalcy in our culture, then what you expect is that more and more people will take to crime.
Yeah, and as well as more people also get to know that everybody has a price, especially those who are mandated to stop these crimes from happening have a price. I mean, we'll keep on seeing such issues every day because as well, you'd find that maybe it was a deal gone sour that she was ratted out. So, yeah.
Possible as well. Okay, looking over some of the stories, City, what do you have?
Well, what I am looking at is, just let me turn the page. We're looking at the Nairobian, okay? And there's a story. This one, I'm just going to go to the bang in the middle of the paper. Literally. Deadly affairs. Why Mzungu lovers are dropping dead.
Boy.
This one's a bit alarming. It says, they arrive in the Kenyan coast with a thirst for adventure, but what begins as a journey of discovery quickly turns into a dangerous affair as they find themselves entangled in the charms of women who deceitfully steal their wealth and ultimately orchestrate their tragic and untimely demise. This is a story on page 7. And it said Gregory Kilgo is the latest among long mysterious foreigners list who die along the Kenyan coast. This story is on page 7. And you see, this, gosh. What the story is telling us is this. There are very many people who happen to have come into this country, foreigners, and many of them are not in their first youth. And they get into relationships with Kenyan women who are younger than they are.
Yes.
And somewhere along the line, they pass away. Now, one could say that it's a natural attrition because they are advanced in years.
Yes.
But then again, the circumstances that are documented sometimes implies that demise was assisted.
Exactly. It was not just age.
It wasn't just age, and it wasn't just a natural illness, a natural occurrence. It was an unnatural occurrence. Somebody planned and plotted to ensure that these individuals die. And for what reason? Remember, this ties in what we were saying, money.
Yeah.
So this need and this craving to have money at whatever cost, it seems to have taken root in the culture of this
and
country.
it looks like it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yes, it is. It is. Where money is the byword for everything that you may think of, and people will do almost anything to ensure that they get money.
And that they have it.
Yes.
Ooh, okay, well, on the same kind of trajectory, shameful return of cheats as 840 results cancelled. We're still looking at KCSE way. Some 840 candidates have had their KCSE, or the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination results cancelled, the highest number since 2016. In 2023, only 4 candidates had the results cancelled. The cancellation of results for the 2024 cohort raises concerns over the return of cheating in national examinations. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba observing that despite measures to curb cheating, the malpractice remains a persistent challenge, threatening the credibility of the country's education system. Well, one would say that's not the only thing threatening the credibility, but okay. Ogamba stated that 2,829 candidates were suspected of cheating in the 2024 KCSE compared to 4,113 in 2023. These candidates' results have been withheld and they will have to wait longer as investigations continue. So this is what we're looking at, that there are 2,000 and something being looked at. 840 already have been cancelled. The Kenya National Examinations Council is empowered by law to withhold results for any candidate or centre suspected of irregularities pending investigations. What is further shocking is the high number of teachers and examination officials who aided the cheating. Ogamba expressed frustration at some examiners' continued involvement in facilitating malpractice. He noted that 91 professionals, including teachers, were reported to have participated in aiding cheating. It is unfortunate that a few contracted professionals are persistent in ruining the future of our learners by enabling cheating. Firm disciplinary action will be taken against such individuals. He emphasized that penalties would focus on individual offenders rather than entire examination centers. He cited a case in Homa Bay where 10 teachers were arrested for photocopying an exam paper. And went on to say, look, it cannot be, because what are we doing? Watering it down and...
Those papers are sealed. How do you get to photocopy it?
Exactly. Who gave it to you?
And the whole point is the seal is broken in front of the students when the exams are about to begin.
Exactly.
So how on earth did you get the paper to photocopy
beforehand?
Look, they should stop punishing the students.
Yes.
The students cannot access these papers unless their parents, teachers, examination officers collude.
Involved.
It is not possible. Students on their own cannot access these.
And nobody has access to these papers before the day of the exam. So if exams start on the 27th of October, 27th of November, whatever, it's not possible for you to have access to the papers on the 26th.
But what they're talking about implies that there are people who have access to these papers before the exam.
Exactly.
So how does that happen?
So it is not possible for that to happen unless it's way up the chain from the centre.
People who have access to these things. So how on earth would a mere student have access to these papers?
And that's why I'm saying that Ogamba has to go a little bit further into this, because it's not just the teachers either.
Yeah, because even these exams are usually locked and chained in education security and all that. So
let me tell you, you go and collect the exams for the day.
Yes.
With tight security. And they are sealed. Every exam, you unseal it in the presence of the students. Okay, so go back. Where do the exams come from? Where are they stored before they actually brought to the region where people are? Because there's usually a center where everybody goes to collect the exam. Before they go there, where do they come from?
Where are they printed?
The students should not be punished for this. Parents are involved in this.
For sure.
The teachers are involved in this. Examination officials are involved in this.
Security officials are involved in it.
So instead of this crying wolf all the time, oh, this has happened, for heaven's sake, we know it's been happening. The will to sort out this problem clearly doesn't exist. What we have is the will to talk about it. And at every instance, there are these students who suffer.
Because even during the exams, I remember there's some teachers who were actually arrested taking photos of these papers and sharing them on WhatsApp. And even the guy who was arrested with all this information on Telegram and whatnot, it's because he was getting this information from other quarters.
Somebody's giving it to you.
Somebody's giving it to you.
Yeah, it's not just, and that's what I'm saying. You don't kill a mosquito with a sledgehammer.
You could, but...
Well, you could try, but you would destroy other things
in the process.
You would destroy other things in the process, sadly. So I think that we need to, if you're going to deal with a problem, you deal with it from the source.
Deal with the problem, not the consequences.
Not the consequences.
Not the aftermath.
From the very beginning.
Look at the way the story is framed. Students cheating. No, it's not the students. No.
More involved.
No.
Definitely more are involved. Okay, so shall we, as we come to the top of the hour, we're going to look at some of the cancers that are found with men and how to prevent and treat. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has said the Kenya Defence Forces will set up permanent camps in the Kerio Valley to address insecurity challenges in the region. Speaking in Elgeyo Marakwet County on Thursday, Ruto said the move will help fight banditry, which led to closure of schools in northern Kenya last year.
Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie ya kwamba askari polisi na wanajeshi watakaa hii Kerio mpaka tuwajengee barracks, ndio wezi na wakora wasirudi hapa kwa mara nyingine tena. Walikuwa wamezoea wakikuwa na vita hapa, tunalete polisi, baada ya mambo kutulia, polisi wanarudi, wakora wanarudi.
President Ruto further announced plans to support families displaced due to cattle rustling.
Wananchi waliosalia ambao hawajarudi kwao, especially hapa West Pokot, in the next 1 month, hawa wananchi wote tutawasaidia, tutawapatia mabati, tutawapatia usaidizi ili kila mwananchi arudi kwake na aendelee na maisha yake.
This comes days after 9 individuals, including 5 National Police reservists and 2 local administrators, were arrested in connection with the January 2nd attacks in Mogil, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Preliminary investigations revealed that the attacks were linked to inter-clan clashes and had no link to cattle rustling, which is common in the area. Kerio Valley is experiencing a lull from cattle rustling-linked gun attacks due to an ongoing operation dubbed Maliza Uhalifu North Rift. A total of 1,693 candidates who sat the 2024 KCSE exams scored a straight A. One of them spoke to a reporter in Mombasa County.
Kwa majina anaitwa Hamid Ali Muhammad Bafagi. Nimeibuka na grade ya A, alhamdulillah. Nimepata katika masomo 7 nimepata zote A, alhamdulillah. Kwa kweli siri ni tu kutia bidii na kusikiza maneno ya walio juu yako ambaye ni walimu, wazazi, na uweke Mungu mbele, manake bila Mungu hakuna matokeo. Ningependa kusomea engineering lakini bado sijaamua ipi.
While announcing the results, Education CS Julius Ogamba said over 246,000 candidates have qualified for direct university entry.
There were 1,693 or 0.18% candidates who obtained an overall grade A in the year 2024 KCSE examination compared to 1,216 or 0.14% candidates in 2023. The number of candidates with direct university entry qualifications of grade C+ and above was 246,391.
Ogamba further revealed that more female than male candidates sat the exams.
Out of the candidates who sat for the 2024 KCSE examinations, 480,310 were male, while 482,202 were female, representing a 49.9% and 50.1% respectively. This is the first time since inception of KCSE examination that female candidates are more than the male candidates.
Female candidates also outperformed their male counterparts in English, Kiswahili, French, Kenya Sign Language, Home Science, CRE, and Art and Design. The boys posted better mean performances in 23 of the subjects examined. Former NTSA Director General Francis Major has vowed to implement stringent measures to eliminate ghost workers and cases of fake academic papers in the public sector. Appearing before the National Assembly Labour Committee on Thursday, where he was vetted for a position of a member of the Public Service Commission, Major criticised the current system in the public service of verifying academic papers only occasionally. He said the verification should happen at the point of employment through digitized systems. Venezuela's opposition says its leader, Maria Machado, was briefly arrested and then freed after addressing a protest rally on the eve of President Nicolas Maduro's disputed inauguration. But the country's information minister has dismissed reports of Machado's detention as a media distraction. President Maduro was declared the winner of last July's election, but the opposition and several countries, including the US, rejected the result as fraudulent and recognized the now exiled opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez as the legitimate president-elect. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City. Do like that. My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
What are they saying? How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying? What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of the
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, let's see what's happening. At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, traffic will start to build up in the city, but I think we're all right. On Uhuru Highway, getting in through to the CBD, traffic comes off of Mombasa Road and then heads out in that direction. There's inbound traffic also coming in from Waiyaki Way, but we're not at a hold-up status just yet. Flowing freely, not an issue. Jogo Road, getting onto Landis and then out towards Haile Selassie, that's busy. The Thika Superhighway with traffic just at the Pangani underpass. It's going to take us out into the CBD without an issue whatsoever, at least not for now. Just at the Pangani underpass, there's a hold up. It's going to go slow. Then you get into the city, no problem. It looks A-OK coming off of Langata Road from what we see, and on Ngong Road as well, Mombasa Road all the way from Lolongo out towards Syokimau, and the Cabanas area looks fine for now. We'll take a quick peek at the Eastern Bypass in a short while, but for now, it looks okay getting into the city this Friday and keeping things moving with your help. Of course, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
9 minutes after 7 o'clock into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday, getting into 1 week well into the new year. Karibuni sana, all of our guests and all of our audience throughout on our live streams. If you're not sure, the live stream actually is up on YouTube and Facebook. And welcome to our audience on KTN Home. There is a conference. It's taking place on the 18th of January at the Gallant Mall in Parklands, and on the 27th of January at the Okoh Hotel in Eldoret. And you ask, what is it? It is the first of its kind. It's the study abroad conference that will take place. And so this is an opportunity for you to not just come and hear quickly, but for you to converse, for you to meet face to face with representatives from different universities. It's all being organized by Cradle. Cradle, you ask who? Well, it's your number one university placement platform that uses technology to match your career goals to the universities, 600 of them in 45 different destinations around the world. And they've been having fairs, but this time, you know what? A conference. Come have a conversation with folks for the whole day. There will be the STAR event, which is really getting to know how to secure a student visa. There will be the battle of the university destinations, where folks will be able to come and say, who is your best bet? And then there will be the technological part of it, where you'll be able to use AI to know, okay, how do I match what it is that I want to study with the destination that offers me the best options, and put all these together and get me well on my way towards university. All of these can be answered at the Cradle Study Abroad Conference, the first of its kind ever in Africa. And you need to get invited. How do you do that? You log on to www.cradle.com, or you call 0799 000 444, and you get all the information that you need. Remember, it's invite only. How do you get an invite? You register www.cradle.com. So when you get your university education, and maybe sometimes you don't, maybe there's some training that you need, and you're not quite sure, okay, how do we go about this? Well, KCB Foundation Tujiajiri program may be having some insights for you.
Yes, and KCB Tujiajiri program is here to offer solution to the unemployment cases that we continue to report in this country. And through the platform, Tujiajiri platform, KCB says we recognize that over 1 million young people aged between 18 to 34 enter into the labor market annually. And with that, there is need to upskill them. There is need to ensure that they get extra skills apart from that which they actually studied, you know. And with this city, as we keep on saying, it is an initiative that comes to offer solutions, not just talking about it.
You see, the thing about getting a skill, it means literally you are now able to actually perform certain tasks and perform them well, and hopefully to meet the standards that whoever it is that who asks for that particular service required. Now, what makes it even possible and makes it even better with the KCB Tujiajiri program is they equip you. Equip is not just the knowledge. They give you the tools. They give you the weapons with which you can tackle this particular terrain. Weapon, yes. You are talking about equipment. Then you are talking about financial know-how and knowledge. Then you talk about financial assistance. This is a 360. So it's not just you've learned now, go out and fight the world. No. They walk you through. It's called hand-holding. So that by the time you are actually out in the marketplace, you are genuinely equipped to do what it is that you were trained to do.
And the Tujejiri platform actually ensures that these young people are not only equipped here, but they are being mentored to be entrepreneurs themselves.
Yes.
So that at the end of the day, they get out there, they become employers themselves with their businesses, doing something for them and the community around. And KCB says, to get this information, you go to kcbgroup.com/foundation, where all this information is available.
Indeed. All right, we're having a Healthy Friday conversation, and we're waiting for our guest, the good doctor, to arrive. Sometimes Mombasa Road will do a doozy on you, but she'll be here in a minute. We just want to look really quickly at the KCSE results that were released yesterday. By 11 o'clock, all parents, all children families of candidates were waiting for those, and then the platform decided, well, I'm going to take a break. And the system was not going to work, so everybody was really upset, and the results finally started coming out, and we see what we normally see, who topped the list and all of that. But then we get to a point where we're asking questions that what happens to the over 500,000 candidates who sat that exam and were not going to make it then to university. We are seeing again another situation where we have those who did not make the pass mark at all.
Yeah.
And that's what an E does, isn't it?
Yes.
When you do have an E, is unfortunately the word that is attached to that is fail. That you have failed and that there's no placement for you. And again, we're seeing rising numbers of those. What is happening whereby you have just as many E's as you do A's, if not more in some cases, and those are things that we're saying need to be looked at. Those who don't go to university, what happens to them? Those who don't get called up, what happens to them? Are there bridging courses? How seriously then do we see the role, for example, that TVETs will play in the coming 9 months, and how much are we putting that out into the open in terms of options for these candidates? Those will be conversations that will be had in the next couple of days, and I think that they should be pushed. I know that right now the CS Julius Ogamba is now grappling with some of these things, because he's saying, okay, certain things are worrying me here. The platform's already there. They've already been set up. Now it's for you to implement and make sure that they actually work.
But are we really addressing these questions? Because what we're talking about here isn't new. It's a problem that we talked about last year. Problem talked about the year before that.
Indeed.
It's a problem talked about the year before that.
And I think even as we talk about these problems that do exist, remember in 2018, President Uhuru Kenyatta had said that he was pushing for 100% transition to high school. But on that year, we had this crop was 1.7 million who did the KCPE. But those who sat the exam were 965,501. That means 213,691 are unaccounted for. Where are they?
Absolutely.
What's the plan around them, making sure that they get education, which is a fundamental right?
Does it matter who leads? Let's look at the last 4 years. Every year in the last 4 years of this exam, we've had a different individual at the helm of the ministry.
Yes, we have.
A different individual. The last 4 years, there's been a different person there. So does that have anything to do with it?
The students who do well, their futures are more or less taken care of. The people we should worry about are those
who don't do well.
Exactly, because what then happens to them?
Absolutely. Like I said, these will be conversations that continue to unfold, and we have a responsibility to push and say this is something that must be done about that. Our guest for a Healthy Friday conversation is here. Dr. Catherine Nyongesa is a clinical radiation oncologist at the Texas Cancer Center in Nairobi, and she's in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning, Dr.
Good morning, and thanks for having me.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yes.
Yes. We will say that. Dennis tells us we will say Happy New Year until Valentine's Day, so we're still good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Karibu sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room. It's hot topics that we're discussing this morning, especially on this Healthy Friday conversation. But we'd like to welcome you, to the Situation Room with a proverb. CT has proverbs that he gets and collects every week from a different African country. This week, we're in this unique country called Kenya. And CT, will you welcome Daktari with a proverb today? And then what you would... See, now, doctors are always busy, and you're always telling people what to do. Treat this, do this. Now, we're going to ask you to do something for us this morning. Listen to the proverb. Interpret. Tell us what you think about it and how you would interpret it. Is that all right?
All right.
Okay.
The the thing about Kenya has many unique features. But one of the unique things about Kenya is that if you're looking at sub-Saharan Africa, it is said it has the third largest economy. It is said. I'm saying it is said because up until recently, Tanzania came up and said, you know something, we have actually taken that third spot. The third spot is after Nigeria and South Africa. So, but apart from that, we are known for our middle and long distance runners. We are known to have had the first woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize on the continent. And when you're talking about the cradle of mankind, where it is said by people who study, who participate in this discipline, we have records of probably having some of the oldest fossils of human beings found on the planet. This is not now a continental issue. It's an earth issue.
The Turkana boy.
Yes, exactly. All right. Now the proverb. Our proverbs are in the language of Kiswahili, our national language. Kupotea njia ndio kujua njia.
Okay, so I answer it in English.
Yes, that's what you think it means and then how you can apply it.
Okay, sometimes I think it's about lessons learned.
Yes.
Yeah, when you do a wrong thing and you are corrected, you actually now learn the correct way of doing things. And we always learn from the past, from our mistakes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You put it very simply and it's very accurate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, great. I mean, we learn from our mistakes. We should as well. We're looking at some complicated issues this morning when it comes to Health Friday. Cancer, of course, a big issue. Over the last couple of years, we've seen cases of cancer rise significantly in this part of the world. And when I say this part of the world, I mean Africa. That in 20 years, cancer has done the damage in a way in which it never did before that. We were dealing with other things. We dealt with the polios, we dealt with malaria, we are dealing with HIV and other, a lot of tropical diseases. Cancer as a non-communicable disease, however, made its debut on the African stage and has claimed a lot of life, has claimed a lot of health. And then we now deal with this disease, which also marries with care-seeking behavior, which we see is significantly less with men. And unfortunately as well, we deal with cancer in many cases where it has already reached a stage where it's difficult to manage. All of these factors coming out to play in this conversation that we have this hour. And as we look at cancers in men, their treatment and prevention, Dr. how about we start off with what are these cancers that affect men? First of all, which ones are they?
So thank you. Cancer is a complex disease. It's not just one disease.
Yeah.
So it's when we look at men, we're looking at maybe the most commonest cancers. We see prostate taking lead, followed by esophageal cancer. Others include throat cancer, colon cancer, and we have blood cancers or leukemias. They also affect, but on a less scale. We have lymphomas, we have kidney tumors. Basically, any part of the body, actually, you can get a cancer.
Okay.
But I can maybe highlight the commonest one being the prostate and esophageal cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the prostate, obviously, it cannot affect anybody but men because
because men have the prostate.
Exactly. Just like how we see cervical cancer in women.
Yes.
You will have, if you do have a cervix, you will get it, right?
Definitely.
Or rather, if you have cervical cancer, you must be a woman to have it.
Yes.
Okay. That's what we're looking at now. So if we're talking about prostate cancer being one of those big ones, how do we see its manifestation in men, and what is the burden of prostate cancer in Kenya, for example?
All right. So in men, it will manifest with the symptoms of lower urinary tract. So this include difficulties in peeing, even in shedding the pee. You may have a poor stream. You may have even obstruction. The urine may not come out. You may see blood in the urine. sometimes also if it's untreated for a long time, it can spread. So men will come with back pain, paralysis, and also other parts of the bones might ache. It can spread to the lungs, the liver, and the symptoms will manifest in those organs. But the commonest presentation is those lower urinary tract symptoms, which are also part of aging. So it's a disease of the aging, and in these men also they have what we call benign prostate hypertrophy. The prostate is enlarged because of age, and the symptoms are similar. So it needs medical diagnosis to rule out whether it is just a big prostate because of your age or is it cancer.
How do you know? I mean, I think of sometimes we just have to use a comparison in order for us to, get into the real issues. So like for breast cancer in women, which they said, you don't really know until you know. So the campaigns went crazy and they said, touch them, get somebody to look at them often, every day when you're taking a shower, or even before that, make sure that there's no abnormality. Try to see what's going on. What would you do in this one with men, for example? What are the advices for you to check and know? For cervical cancer, they say get a pap smear as you get older, get one every year. What are the methods or what are the sign checks for men in this particular prostate?
So on statistics, actually we see close to over 3,500 new cases every year. And how do you check for it? Number one, it's a disease that is likely to affect men as they grow older. In fact, they say that maybe if you live to 90, most likely you may have prostate cancer. And many people are dying with prostate cancer and it's not causing them problems. So some of the cancers could be very mild, not aggressive, and you can live with it without treatment. But others, we always say early diagnosis is always the best. So you'll, if you have symptoms, it is good to go to the doctor to be checked. You can also be proactive. You don't wait for symptoms. If you are over 40 and you have a strong family history of prostate cancer, it is good to go for early screening. Otherwise, we recommend it more for men above 50 years. And when you go to the doctor, they will check your blood for, there's what is called PSA. It is a tumor marker that is actually can be found in blood. So when it is raised, it is high, it could be a red flag that you could be having prostate cancer. Another one will be maybe to the doctor to examine. They have to put in a finger. The beauty is we can access your prostate through the backside, through the rectum. So they put a finger to have a feel of this prostate. Is it enlarged? Is it nodular? Like, it's not smooth, or is it smooth? Because when it's nodular, the chances that you could be harboring cancer is higher than when it is a smooth prostate. Also, when it's enlarged, it is a red flag. After that, now the doctor will move you to the next step, which is a biopsy. So they'll take a biopsy still through the back passage, push a needle into the prostate and take some bites of specimen, and then go to the lab and they'll check. And if it is confirmed it's cancer, then you'll be ushered into next steps.
These processes are very intrusive, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the thing.
They're intrusive, but they can save your life. And not that very intrusive.
I am thinking of the pain that I would endure if someone was shoving a needle up my rectum.
Why don't you say it like that?
Yeah. It will be done, and you'll be given some medication to be comfortable, so you will not endure that pain.
I'm being facetious, Dr. What I'm leading to is this. The discussion around cancers has increased over time. The question that often swivels in my mind is, these cancers that we speak of, are they just a normal occurrence that with age and time have always been there, or are we seeing an increase in incidences of cancer, or And if we are, then what is it that is bringing about these issues? Because the discussion around cancer is there because we are hearing, experiencing, knowing more and more about the disease.
So cancer has been with us for many years. Just that maybe those days people used to think it's witchcraft. It's a disease of the women. Like for cervical cancer, in fact, in my village, people say, that is a disease of the women. Breast cancer has been there. Prostate cancer has been there. And if I look at, say, Kenyatta National Hospital, the cancer center is about over 55 years old. When their books, our predecessors had photos of patients with cancer. So it actually shows cancer has been with us. But why are we noticing it more? Because we have more awareness. Population is increasing. Lifestyle is changing. We are adopting the Western lifestyle. There's a lot of use of tobacco, alcohol, sedentary lives. We have cars. If you go to... I remember when I was growing up in the village, you could you'd walk a long distance before you see a neighbor. But now you go back, you'll be lost.
Everyone's
what has happened? There are more people, isn't it? In fact, your neighbor is a stone throw away. Yeah. So what does it mean? When the population increases, then we are likely to notice that the cancer is actually increasing. And then also aging population, people are living longer, they are taking good care of themselves, and also the longer you live, the chance that you might get cancer along the way.
Now, Daktari, as we talk about prostate cancer, to be specific, you find that men don't seem to be seeking advice, rather going for these screening to know exactly where they are with regard to prostate. Why would that be the case? And could the intrusive nature of these tests be one of the reasons?
Yes, it is possible, but I think statistics also are showing that cancer is reported more in women than men. In fact, in our country, 60% are reported in women and 40% in men. So it could be the true reality that cancer is more common in women than men. But others is that the healthcare seeking behavior is higher in women. Why? Women, we are always taking our babies when you're pregnant, you are interacting with doctors in hospital. When you give birth, you take your baby always to clinic until the child is 5 years or more. So this continuous interaction with the healthcare gives women an opportunity to even ask questions to the doctor. And if they're unwell, they'll tell the doctor, please check. And probably that is what is happening. But in terms of also health-seeking behavior, men feel like they always familiar. I see that a lot. It is hard to get a man to hospital and take him to the next visit. It's not easy.
No, we don't go to hospital voluntarily.
Yes.
No, we normally
kicking and screaming, bound and chained, perhaps.
Or probably you've collapsed.
Or on the deathbed.
You're not even aware you're being taken.
Because when you take him, you tell him, now tomorrow we have to go. Once they feel a little bit better, they're like, no, I think I'll wait. But women, I mean, they're always interacting with doctors, so
Okay, let's take a break at this point. We are this morning joined by Dr. Catherine Nyongesa, and we're looking at common cancers in men and their prevention strategies, how to go about them. So let's look at a couple more of those when we do come back from this break, and also then being able to understand, okay, so what strategies are in place to make sure, especially when we're dealing with this non-healthcare seeking behavior. It's 28 minutes to 8 o'clock.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
And we look at the weather in Nairobi, highs of 26 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. In Kakamega County, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. We go to the southern part of the country, that is the coast, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees in Mombasa. And in the lakeside city of Kisumu, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 20 degrees. Across the borders to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 26 degrees. Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, highs of 24 degrees and lows of 10 degrees. And in London, United Kingdom, highs of 6 degrees and lows of 0 degrees. And in Paris, highs of 7 degrees and lows of 4 degrees. It is also chilly in Nairobi. We will keep you updated on the situation throughout the day. Good morning.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
We're knocking on traffic hour this Friday morning, and a little bit of that on the Thika Superhighway as you come through towards the Pangani underpass. Before that, traffic is flowing in all the way from Kasarani, even before that, Githurai through towards Garden City. A few clog-ups here and there, but we'll get past that. The Northern Bypass has a little bit of traffic giving way to Kiambu Road, which is free and clear all the way through. Muthaiga Square will hold you down just a little bit, but then you get out into the CBD there without an issue. It looks good on Outer Ring. You're coming through towards the Thika Superhighway on one side and North Airport Road on the other, where we'll see some traffic going towards the Cabanas interchange. As you come in from the Eastern Bypass, no problem here. The Southern Bypass looks pretty good as well. As you're coming in from Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, that whole area, we'll see a little bit of traffic. It's going to wind down and touch on Limuru Road just a little bit. But if you're heading in the Westlands direction, you're fine for most parts of it. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour proper this morning. Keep us abreast of what's going on with you, and we'll keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
25 minutes to 8 o'clock. Our guest this hour is Dr. Catherine Nyongesa on our Healthy Friday conversation. We're looking at cancers found in men and prevention strategies. So I just thought about it as we're talking about health care seeking behavior. It's a challenge for men. So it looks as though it's a double whammy here, where you have to say, first of all, you're already predisposed to not going to seek care. And then here we are saying that cancer prevention is a high percentage of your personal efforts, right?
Yes.
To be able to check yourself and to say, I will take myself to be screened for whether invasive or non-invasive. But we're already dealing with a group of people who naturally will not go and say, check if there's something wrong with me. So it would appear as though the prevention strategies then would be a lot more difficult to deal with, especially for these cancers found in men. How then are medical practitioners dealing with that particular issue, to say one of the only ways you can do this is if you yourself as an individual are vested in it? How do you deal with that?
So one is creating awareness the way you are doing. And then another strategy is just preaching about health lifestyle. Avoid using tobacco. And if you have to smoke, smoke not in the house where your children are. Encouraging our women also to talk to their spouses, because when your husband is smoking, you are also a passive smoker. And also probably trying to understand what is in your conversation. I mean, I'm just curious, as women, when we are in a conversation, we are talking about our health, our children, our husbands, ourselves. I don't know what you meant talk about in your little groups.
everything but.
But
we're trying to imagine a WhatsApp group with all these, men who hang out and they're talking about, well, there's investment here. We're going to go and buy this shamba. We're talking about how this woman has stressed my life.
Yes.
The likelihood of them saying, guys, how about every month we have a hangout checkup, for example? How about every 6 months? The likelihood of finding that conversation is close to nil.
You see, they're saying they're talking about their wives.
We are fairly represented here. It's a 50-50. So this matter of what men discuss and do, can you let us tell you what we discuss?
Okay, CT, do you guys in your WhatsApp groups discuss how you're going to go to hospital every September, for example?
Actually, you seem to know a lot about what we discuss.
Because I'm one of the boys.
Let me disabuse you a little bit. Okay? The things you say are the things that women think men say.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
We do discuss all these issues. It's just that we discuss them in smaller groups. People whom you're close to and people whose opinions you value. And so we do talk about these things, and we do reference, because we have friends who probably have been unwell. Some have had problems with cancer. So these discussions do come up and we do have them. But we don't freely talk about issues the way women do.
Okay. So this is interesting, Tari, because if that's the case, if there is smaller groups, smaller caucuses of gentlemen who are saying it's important for us to do so, because I do think that over time the awareness has increased. I think we see the manifestation of that. Wouldn't we then see a reduction in either folks then who have to go to hospital to manage care, to manage disease, or would we then see an increase in the number of men who present themselves to hospital for checkups? Would we see that if these conversations are happening?
I think there is positive impact. We're seeing more men coming forward for screening. As a matter of fact, this January is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, but we don't let out men. So when you go for screening, we encourage men also to come. But the unfortunate bit is that because of the poor health-seeking behavior in men, looking at prostate cancer, many of the patients are coming with late stage. So, but with more awareness, if we encourage them to come early, because cancer is more curable when it's diagnosed early than when you wait when it's too late.
There's also an issue here. You see, the understanding of illness as far as we Africans in Kenya are concerned, if I'm not feeling unwell, if I'm not feeling pain, then I am not unwell.
True.
And if I am feeling pain and the pain is reduced, then in my mind I am better. And I will probably even stop taking the medication, because I'm now feeling, I take the medication so that I can be well, so that I can feel better. Okay? Then, when it comes to care-seeking behavior, there is always the balancing of resources. Many men, not all, many and not most, many men also have the task of looking after their families. So when they balance the resources that they have vis-a-vis going to hospital, they will figure out and say, since I'm not feeling that bad, it is okay. Let me attend to other things. I will eventually go, and they eventually don't go, because there's the factor of the disease progressing and you getting sicker. So by the time you're being taken, you really are very sick, and you're actually at death's door. So these factors tend to have a very, very profound impact on the decision-making process. Yes.
But then, even as the city brings that up, there is always the conversations around the need of just going for a checkup yearly or monthly. So how then do we converge all these conversations to at least have men show up for a full body checkup?
Yeah. So, in Kenya, we see infections taking lead in terms of causing morbidity and mortality. Then cardiovascular diseases. Cancer is like number 3. So what we are saying is take a proactive step in your health by being screened for high blood pressure, diabetes, because those are like the worst, and they can be managed and you live a healthy life. Now, with cancer, there are certain barriers that prevent men from seeking healthcare. He's told us about economic barriers, so he's really balancing his finances. Others are physical barriers, like you don't even know where to go, okay, for this screening. And then the other barrier is psychosocial. There's also stigma. Someone feels like, if I tell my friends maybe I have cancer, they look at me differently. They may even go after your wife. So, you know. So it hinders them from seeking that.
But also, I mean, I just had a like that. Sorry, as you say that, I had a moment. I mean, we laugh about it, but it's actually true.
Yes,
that those are some of the reasons that would prevent somebody from actually going. Number one, talking about it in public, because it is a big issue, or even going to seek, medical care, because you're saying, you know what, it is not just a medical issue, it is a social issue as well, and plays a lot also on your psychology as a man, because we know, and so sometimes we might override the effects that it actually does have and not see why it would be so difficult for a man to do this. One of the things that we saw, and I mean, people complained about it when HIV made, again, its debut. And one of the communication strategies was to show the horrific pictures of what happened to folks who had been infected with HIV. Many said it was victimizing and things like this, but the effect that it had is that it served as a deterrent, or it served as a way for people to go and actually check and make sure what their status was. And although it's been frowned upon, it's still a tool that communicators use to say, let me show you the effects of this disease as a way to make you more careful about your behavior. Now, with things like cancers, when we talk about what would happen in your body with a cancer untreated, what are some of those things?
Like prostate. We are seeing a lot of men coming in wheelchairs because it has spread to the bone, affected the spinal cord, and you cannot walk. And then a lot of pain. With the esophageal cancer, you can hardly swallow. Usually it starts, you may not swallow ugali, then you change. You tell your wife, change this diet, then they make it more softer. But by the time you are getting to swallowing liquids only, it's a problem because you've lost weight, you don't have energy. When you come to colorectal cancer, they present with obstruction, so you may not be able to go to long haul. And these symptoms, we call them altered bowel habits. You have diarrhea, constipation over a long time, and many people ignore that gut feeling. It will be good when you have these symptoms to go for checkup. Don't just be told maybe you have hemorrhoids. So those are some just of the common, but the list goes on and on. You can have breast cancer. Men can also have breast cancer because they have a breast, and they'll present with a lump in the breast. So with the time, all cancers, if left untreated, can spread to other parts of the body through the blood, go to the lungs, cause havoc in the lung, go to the liver, cause havoc. But there's hope. And the hope is that just like HIV was managed when you take your medication, cancer can also be controlled if you go for, you adhere to the doctor's prescription and also join support group, that there's always hope. So it's not just like it's a death sentence. We have many patients who have been treated for cancer and they are doing well.
There's always this daunting reference to cost when it comes to the treatment. But then, of course, there is the prevention that one, or ensuring that you manage it before it gets to the point of, how do you balance this? What is it that is needful for people to know and understand well ahead of time? And where would one go if one wanted to have some cancer screening? Is this something that is available in our public hospitals? And if so, at what level of public hospital?
Actually, screening is available at all levels of the healthcare system. And with screening, you don't have to go every month, every week. You know, you can go once a year, and depending on the doctor's recommendation, then they can spread it out even every 2 years, every 3 years, depending on the risk they found. But having said that, different hospital levels have different capacities. So maybe you can go for just checkup. Yeah, it's possible in level 1 and 2. But if you need more advanced intervention like biopsies, then you'll be referred to higher levels of healthcare. You can also walk into a doctor's private clinic, but a consultant, you tell them, I'm a dick, I just want full body checkup. Check me if I have any problem. So help is around us. It's just that we don't notice, but it is possible.
With NHIF, one knew how to navigate. I have heard some positive things about SHA. I have heard. But what I hear is predominantly not very positive. My thinking is that with the new system, there'll be problems which are teething and they may go on for some time. However, if you are talking about the prevalence of cancers that are prevalent in men, where do we find many of these cancers? Because when you talk about the manifestation of it or the numbers, there will be places. Is it in urban areas? Is it in rural areas? What sort of places? I mean, with every disease, there is a predisposition towards certain things. And if so, in these particular areas, is help also readily available?
I mean, as I told you, we still have barriers. We are a developing nation. SHA has its own teething problem, but it's promising. I've witnessed it paying for patients with cancer for surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy. So it is still catering. In terms of our screening, they are also extending it to hospitals so that they can be covered. So it is not all gloom. It is possible, but I'll encourage people to enroll on SHA because many of us people wait until you are sick, then you scramble. But it's good to enroll early enough so that in case of anything, you get urgent care. In terms of prevalence, we say prostate cancer. Actually, we see patients from all counties, but it's a disease also more prevalent in urban areas because they also say obesity, sedentary lifestyles could predispose one, and then a positive family history. If you have, maybe you have genes running in families, and that one you can't run away from. Things like esophageal cancer, we see it more common in Bomet. In Mandera, Wajir, we don't know, maybe they talk of hot beverages. It could be a possibility, but there's a genetic element also. If now we look at women, cervical cancer is caused by human papilloma virus. So this is a virus that we acquire through sexual intercourse, and that is why the government is now pushing for vaccination of children. We've started with girls, but in future we'll extend it to boys because there are some throat cancers which also are related to human papilloma virus in men, and some genital cancers also related to human papilloma virus.
Is it true that if you talk about cervical cancer, that the predisposition to cervical cancer is greater in populations where girls are married at a very young age, or they are the sexual debut and the continuation of that particular activity at a very young age is prevalent. Is that?
Definitely. Why? Because these girls are exposed to the human papillomavirus much earlier. And this virus can stay in the body for 10, 15, 20 years before it causes cancer. So the earlier you are exposed, when at a younger age, the chances are very high that it will cause damage more over time. So you find maybe they are presenting now, but they were married or earlier. So multiple sexual partners having genital tract infections can contribute, and obviously 99% of them are due to HPV, which is preventable, and this HPV can also cause cancer in men.
Now, Doc, let's talk about investments into the health sector, and especially let's talk about research and development, especially in cancer-related cases in the country. The government always comes up with the budget, but how much of that goes into research and development, especially around cancer?
So there is a push towards prevention and research. As a country, we are still grappling with treatment, which is very heavy. But as we go onto more awareness, we'll see this impact many years to come. We may not see the results right now, but it will come to pay in future. And research, there's a deliberate effort to invest into research. And I can tell you, in a university, like say University of Nairobi, Moi University, Jomo Kenyatta, KU, all those universities, if you are undertaking a medical course at a master's level, you must do research. It's a prerequisite for you to before you can pass that exam. So it is a deliberate effort. I cannot really quantify how much money, but it's a small proportion. I can say that we are investing more, we are using more money in treatment and less in research. But as time goes on, more and more is going to be set aside for research, so that we know actually what is causing this cancer in our patients. How do we manage it? What is the best treatment? And also as a way of preventing cervical cancer. We see it more in lower socioeconomic status. And I think educating women, it is very important, because then they can take control of their sexual health and make right choices.
Sadly, our universities, let me talk about the public universities, are not citadels for research. People, yes, will undertake research because it's a fundamental requirement if you're doing a master's degree or a PhD. But beyond that, grant writing, ensuring that you actually get money to focus on a specific area of research, it is done, yes, but what universities elsewhere do, we are very, very, very far away from it.
Definitely.
Extremely far away from it.
I mean, I think there's so much, and that's why, the medical fraternity, in line with governments, when we look so, far into the Abuja Accord and all of the things that were done, protocols that were suggested in terms of what research ought to do, I think there's still a lot of work to be done. But if I may ask, what would you say is the scorecard for treatment of cancers if we're looking at these ones that affect men? And I think that could be an encouraging factor for a lot of people, because they say, look, why should I go and check if I'm already doomed, I'm done? But if we look at how treatment can actually help, what are we looking at in terms of, how far treatment can go, how well it can actually be implemented to make sure that we're on the right path? What's the scorecard for treatment of cancer today?
So we, as Kenya, we are part of the global village, and we are using international guidelines in treatment. The only unfortunate thing is late presentation, and that is why you find some of the outcomes are not very good. But for cancer care, you look at the goal of care. It could be radical or intent to cure for early stages, so you go in full, and we've seen patients getting healed. If the cancer you present in late stage, then there's still hope, but the goal of care will be palliation, for example, and this is to improve your quality of life.
Right.
Yeah, you find patients come screaming in pain, but after treatment, the pain is gone. I mean, you live a better life, pain-free. Another goal of palliation, probably, you could be having cancer that has spread to the spine with the cord compression. So when you get radiation, it can reduce that. But the bottom line is early diagnosis. Early diagnosis, and our cure rates are gonna be higher in future compared to now. Once we get more and more people presenting in early stage, and not fearing that cancer is a death sentence.
Do we see the burden of cancer in younger men now than we did before? Just looking at that quickly to be able to understand.
No, still the burden is higher in older men.
Okay.
There are also myths out here. I don't know if it's a myth or if it's true, and it has also been asked by one of our listeners that men who tend to stay away from sex for 3 to 4 years tend to have higher risk of getting prostate.
That's a myth.
It's a myth, but that has been debunked.
That is a myth. Okay. I mean, one of the things that we go away with today is actually ensuring that early screening is done, an acceptance of the fact that it could happen. It could happen to you. Taking in lifestyle remedies, making sure that you're doing the right thing at all time, but then seeking care. And I think we've harped on men today, and I think it's important that we did. But then women also, interestingly enough, from our listeners today, asking fellow men, guys, do this for us as women. Do it for us. Go get screened, check and make sure that everything is all right. And just like you said, Dr. it is possible to have this, found early, treated, and in many cases prevented as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing this with us this morning. And I think, again, these are some of the things that we can't stop talking about because it's actually very, very important to have optimal health. Dr. Catherine Nyongesa is a clinical and radiation oncologist with the Texas Cancer Center in Nairobi, and she's been our guest this hour on our Healthy Friday discussion. Go out and get yourself checked. That's a message that we can end with today. Thank you very much for being here this morning. Asante sana, Dr.
Thank you so much, and I think we should be each other's keeper. So the man to be the woman's keeper and the woman to be the man's keeper, and we encourage each other to go to hospital.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The government and the private sector are on course to enhance the ease of doing business, Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi has said. Speaking on Thursday during a stakeholder engagement meeting with the private sector, Mudavadi said the government and the private sector will in the next 3 months agree on a plan to enhance the ease of doing business in the country. Mudavadi emphasized the government's role in facilitating business, urging public servants to be catalysts for economic growth driven by the private sector.
We must invest in infrastructure to reduce logistical costs and enhance competitiveness. Third, we must tackle corruption head-on, ensuring that transparency becomes the norm and not the exception. This meeting is a testament to our unwavering commitment to fostering a robust and productive public-private dialogue. History has shown us that meaningful progress can only be achieved when government and the private sector work hand in hand.
The meeting was attended by a number of cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries. Stakeholders from both the private sectors, including the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, the Kenya Flower Council, and the Kenya Leather Development Council also attended the meeting. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has once again emphasized the significance of the affordable housing program, saying the project has helped alleviate Kenya's unemployment crisis. Speaking on Thursday when he inspected the project in Nakuru here in Nairobi, Kindiki said the project has created thousands of jobs across the country. He said the affordable housing program has helped strengthen the country's economy, noting that many businesses are expanding by selling products meant for the project.
Faida ya mradi huu, kwanza, kupatia vijana wetu nafasi ya kazi. Nimeambiwa ya kwamba kutoka siku hile hii mradi umeanza, kuna vijana wengi, wanaume, wanawake, wamepata ajira hapa, wanakuja hapa kila siku, wanapata mapato, sio siku moja, sio wiki moja, sio mwezi moja, sio hata mwaka, tunaendelea tukiendelea.
Over 2,800 candidates who sat the 2024 KCSE exams will have to wait for at least a month to receive their results, pending investigations into their conduct during the exams. While announcing the results on Thursday, Education CS Muga said the Kenya National Examinations Council has withheld the candidates' results because they are suspected to have been involved in irregularities. Ogamba further said that NEC has cancelled the results of 840 other candidates due to examination malpractices.
There were 840 candidates who were involved in examination irregularities in 2024, and their examination results have been cancelled. The results of 2,829 candidates suspected to have involved in the examination irregularities have been withheld pending completion of investigations that should be completed within a period of 30 days from the official release of examination results, which is today.
On his part, NEC CEO Avin said the council will introduce a mid-year series of the KCSE exams, which will be administered in July every year, and urged individuals who wish to repeat to take advantage of the remaining chances.
Further, I wish to remind the public that the last KCSE examination will be administered in 2027, and therefore we wish to invite any person who wishes to do a repeat, either partial or full, of the examination to take advantage of the remaining 3 chances.
The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected Trump's last-minute bid to halt his Friday's sentencing in his hush money criminal case. The president-elect had urged the top court to consider whether he was entitled to an automatic stay of his sentencing, but the justices rejected the application by 5-4. Trump was found guilty of falsifying records to disguise reimbursements for a $130,000 hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels as legal expenses in 2016. Justice Juan Marchan, who's overseeing the case, indicated in a recent ruling that he'll not consider jail term for Trump. 3 lower New York courts had rejected Trump's delay attempt before the Supreme Court made its final decision on Thursday evening to let the sentencing proceed as scheduled. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the security, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so where are we with traffic this morning? Into traffic hour, and quite some of that happening on the junction towards Outer Ring on the Thika Superhighway out towards the CBD. There's a little bit of it still right there at the Pangani underpass to be expected. Uhuru Highway is not looking too bad. Coming out of Westlands, touching on Chiromo here and there, I think we're okay. Wangari Maathai Way taking you through towards museums and then out onto Uhuru Highway. I think we're looking fine. On Uhuru Highway, as you come in from Mombasa Road itself, not much happening here. A little bit of traffic spilling over from Langata Road going towards Raila Odinga Way, and then coming off of the Eastern Bypass on the other side of things. We're seeing some of that traffic then going towards North Airport Road. All manageable this morning. We are in traffic hour. Things are thumping, not too badly. Let's see what happens as we get into it, into more hours this morning. And we'll talk in the meantime on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we continue to engage with our audiences around the country and indeed around the world. Education has been a top ticket item for very many months. It just continues to stay in the limelight, especially with the release of KCSE results yesterday, and the buzz is around the Ministry of Education in terms of what it will do about some of those issues. And we're here for it this morning, continuing to talk about that. We will have a further education conversation this morning, and even as we get into that, got to remind you that Cradle.com is where you need to go to register. And you ask me, register for what? Well, the first of its kind Cradle Study Abroad conference is taking place in Nairobi on the 18th of January, and it's also taking place in Eldoret on the 27th at the Okoh Hotel. Well, can you tell us what students can expect? Sure, you can. You can expect that world-class universities will be in attendance. University representatives will be there. You can ask your questions. They will confer with you. They will let you know the best way you can go about to secure a student visa. They will let you know what to look out for when you're approaching the time where you need to talk about your university education. They will tell you the best places to go for the courses that you want to study. And it's not just a one-time, wham, bam, thank you, man, flash in the pan kind of thing. You'll be there for the whole day. It is a conference, and you can have an opportunity to talk to these guys face to face. And there'll also be the battle of the university destinations, so you can actually make your choice of where you want to go. How'd you get in on this action? You register to get an invitation, www.cradle.com, and you can also give them a ring on 0799, well, not give them a ring, but give them a call, 0799 000 444, and somebody will be able to tell you what to do, how to register. The Parklands on the 18th, that's at the Gallant Mall in Nairobi, and on the 27th at the Okoh Hotel in Eldoret, and that's what you want to do to get there. And for folks who've not been able to make the connection, then with skills and talents and opportunities, the KCB Foundation Tujajiri program says we have an option for you.
And the option that KCB Tujajiri Foundation has is of ensuring that those who've dropped out of school or have gotten into university, into colleges, and do not have jobs and whatnot because unemployment is a problem in the country, the foundation says, come, we have a solution for you. We will take you through a system, take you to these TVET institutions, upskill the skill that you already have and improve on that, give you all this information on how to start your business. We will give you a mentor who will hold your hands and push you towards making sure that your business thrives. And as we talk about this, we talk about hundreds of thousands of people who've gone through this initiative and are actually doing well. Let me just take you through that. That is, they have created 150,000 jobs, 555 trained 35,195 youth, incubated 10,954 youth, and disbursed 267 million shillings loans to support the enterprises, and issued 2,225 startup toolkits, and trained 6,535 businesses on financial planning. And as we keep talking, we say they not only do that, but they equip you with tools of trade and ensure that even when you leave this exercise, you leave this initiative, you are able to go start your business, go become a mentor, and let your business thrive. All this information, you can get it at kcbgroup.com/foundation.
Amazing. This hour, we're talking about CBC, and we're looking at helping parents and teachers understand the CBC learning model better. And we're joined by a CBC ambassador, Benson Wambugu Wakamau is here this morning, and he is already in the hot seat. Good morning, Benson.
Good morning. My name is Wambugu Wakamau.
You don't like the Benson?
I don't use it.
You don't use it. Your brand name is Wambugu Wakamau.
If you say Benson Kamau, some people will wonder who is that.
Okay.
Officially known or commonly known or AKA Wambugu Wakamau.
Wambugu Wakamau.
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us in the room this morning. We're going to be looking at a couple of things. Of course, my first question is going to be how you become a CBC ambassador, but we'll talk about that in just a little while. As we look into matters education, let's welcome you in proper situation room style with today's proverb. And Siti will do that for us this morning. You'll tell us what you think about the proverb and how you would interpret that. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. This country is Kenya.
Yes.
And the capital of Kenya is?
Nairobi.
Really? Are you sure?
Yes.
Since when? Yes, the capital of
Nairobi.
Yes, it is Nairobi.
Yes.
It continues to be Nairobi.
Yes.
However, in 1889 to 1907, it wasn't. The capital actually was Mombasa. And Kenya wasn't called Kenya. It was called British East Africa Protectorate.
Yes.
Yes. So, things change.
Indeed.
Who knows? We may yet have another capital. The proverb for this week, the proverbs are from Kenya and they are in the Kiswahili language. Kupotea njia ndio kujua njia.
No.
Yes. What does this proverb mean, and what do you think it is trying to tell us?
The proverb says that when you don't know the way, or you ukipotea njia, kupotea njia is you lose your track to where you are going, you will struggle to get the way, and definitely you'll get to the place you are going. So kupotea njia ndio kujua njia. So when you make a mistake, you may be able to correct that mistake and do it better. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Fantastic.
Super, isn't it?
I think so.
Thank you. You've got it spot on.
It's apt that we're talking about education this morning because now it's learning.
Yes.
Looking at CBC, let's start off with Wambugu Wakamau is a CBC ambassador. What's that, and who makes you a CBC ambassador?
First and foremost, I'm an education goodwill ambassador. That's where I started. I've been a mentor, life coach. I'm still a mentor, life coach, and I deal with education. I love education. As you all know, nothing can be achieved without passion. So that is my passion. And if you want to be relevant, you need to go with the times, the way things are going. So when CBC came, people fear change in Kenya, not in Kenya, everywhere. There was a paradigm shift. And since people fear change, and personally I was dealing with 844, I realized I will be irrelevant if I don't do something with the CBC. So I started following up, reading, going to KICD. In fact, since 2017, I've been following it up. And I realized it was a good model for the country. And from that moment,
I started following it up. Now, come last year, there was a lot of confusion, and I went to my TikTok account and started talking in a contemporary language, in a language where Kenyans understand. And I was in a garage, and I told parents, this year there is no KCPE. The grade 8s will go to grade 9. And then I got a lot of response. That small video was viewed by around 400,000 people in a span of 2-3 hours. And then I realized people are blank when it came to CBC. And I took that initiative and decided that I'll keep on giving information to people as a patriot. You remember the story of Wangari Maathai and the hummingbird. When the forest was burning, big animals were not doing anything apart from the small hummingbird that went to fetch water with a small beak. And then the elephant complained and said, your beak is very small, you're carrying very little water. Do you think you're going to put this fire off? And the hummingbird said, but don't you see, I'm doing what I can where I am. And this big elephant was doing nothing.
Okay.
So as a hummingbird, in my little capacity, as an ambassador of education, now transformed as ambassador for CBC, I started giving people the information they have. And you know, we are in a country whereby even the constitution, they were saying, kama baba amesoma, and amesema ni mzuri, iko sawa.
Okay.
So this time, I don't know if baba aliwasomea. So me, I read, and I started now giving little information.
So you're the baba?
Okay. So I became baba in that area.
What do you understand about CBC as the curriculum for the country's education system now? What do you understand about it?
One, I understand CBC as competence-based curriculum that has come to help our children acquire their basic right, which is envisaged in the Constitution, the basic education. That this CBC is better than the old 844 system because it's an international curriculum, number one, and number two, is a curriculum which will deliver a child from grade 1. In fact, they start from PP1 to grade 12. And it is exciting. It helps a child love education because they focus on practical rather than theory. The content that they're given is better than 844. You remember 844, there was a mismatch between what they are taught and the job market, what it required. For example, you are taught parts of a grasshopper, and yet you wanted to become a pilot. You are taught about Vasco da Gama arriving in Kenya. You are taught about Majimaji Rebellion. How can that bring food on the table? With CBC, they are given an opportunity to do things, and they are taught skills which they can directly help them in day-to-day living. And then the best thing about CBC, it has the core competencies that makes a student become an all-round student. And again, it also removed that aspect of examination that when KCSE is announced, the whole country goes to a standstill. And those who get A's are recognized, and those who get E's are condemned. CBC came and solved that problem. And people are still in the previous regimes, KCSE 844 system. That's why they were complaining that KCSE is not yet released, and yet we are told to take our children to school. KCSE is an assessment, is not an exam. They are not issued any certificate from grade PP1 to grade 9. The only national exam they will do is in grade 12 because of the obvious reasons. Reason that is to transit to university and colleges. And that exam some students might get double certification. For example, if they went to a pathway which is technical and they acquire a certain skill, they can also opt to do an exam with CASNEB, NITA, other bodies, and get now a certificate from grade 12 to World of Work.
Okay.
That's why I love CBC.
Okay.
Now, Wambuku, you talk about CBC being a great thing. We agree. But however, CBC has to be accompanied with the investment in making it be a success. The government in terms of retooling teachers in making sure that they're able to handle these construction of classes. But this does not seem to be the case on ground. And even as you talk to parents in terms of accept CBC, fine. Parents will accept CBC, but they're taking their children to institutions that are not ready for them, in the sense that there is swimming class, yet I am in a school that only has a ground. How do I get this skill? How do you convince such a parent that CBC is good?
If you're a parent and you give birth to children, I know your firstborn baby, you made a lot of mistakes. Personally, I remember when I got my firstborn baby, we used to take turns to watch that baby. We will not sleep. But when we got our thirdborn, sometimes we forgot. We would find her down under the bed sometimes because we were used to that. There are so many challenges that comes with change. And we are in Kenya. And you know, as a country, sometimes the government, they have what we call misplaced opportunities. There are some things they do very fast and they're not very important. And there are others which are very important and they don't do them very fast. So those are challenges that are there. But when you are constructing a house, if you have the master plan, in the process of building that house, you realize there is a lot of confusion. There is sand, there is, stones, they are everywhere. It looks like it's confused. But with time, everything goes to its rightful place and you'll see a beautiful house after some time.
How much is time? CBC was brought into the fore about 5 years ago now, going into 6 years. I think the first class, from the time it was introduced, we have the first class that entered into the CBC now going to grade 9, started grade 9 this year. How much time is enough to implement a new curriculum that is handling the education of children who, interestingly enough, don't have time? They've got 9 months in the year, 10 months in the year to go through education. How much time is enough to implement a new curriculum?
With time, there is no, I cannot tell you that 9 years is enough, depending on how the government has prepared itself. But as I said, in our country, there are so many challenges, not only in education, also in other sectors. So that is a question that is beyond me. I wish I could answer that question. In fact, Amina Mohammed said it articulately and said that we are not ready for it.
Absolutely.
But again,
and she was vilified for it.
Yes. But again, I also praise.
Now we see that she was right.
Yes. But again, when you have a vision and when you have a big dream, sometimes you don't need to see. If you're going to Mombasa at night with a car, you don't need to see the road from Nairobi to Mombasa to get to Mombasa.
You just need to see what's in front of your nose for that moment?
20 meters with the light. And then slowly by slowly, you get there. Because the way it
actually helps to have the long vision of where you are going and what you are trying to achieve. So that brings me to my next question. What was CBC as an implementer curriculum trying to achieve, or what problem was it trying to fix from your view? And maybe that can help us see this long vision that we need to have with education, unfortunately, as one of the fundamental pillars of a nation. We're talking about the majority of its population vested in this age group.
Yes.
What was it trying to solve the introduction of a new curriculum? There was a problem.
Yes.
What was it trying to solve?
One, the issue of dropout because of exam. You realized if you failed KCPE, you will not go to the other level. That problem was solved. The issue of rote reading, cramming.
Sorry, the issue was solved because now you had 100% transition, or what? How was that solved with CBC?
With
the dropout
CBC,
issue.
They're not interested with content, but competence. They're trying to see the competence of a child.
The two go together.
They have to go hand in hand.
Yes.
Because the competency has to be based on something, and the something is content. Yes. So there has to be content
and competence.
Yes, and because that's how we measure your competence. This is what you're taught. That's content.
Yes.
In whatever area, whatever subject, and then you display whatever knowledge you're supposed to display based on what it is that has been presented to you.
Yes.
The two have to go hand in hand. You can't do away with one. Yes.
Yes.
So we go back to
problem.
What was the problem that the introduction of an alternate curriculum was trying to solve?
The issue of exam, I've said. There is also the issue of the mismatch between what they are taught and the job market. Yes. And also some values that were not there in 844 now are inculcated in the CBC. For example, the core competencies like communication and collaboration. We have the core competencies like also things like critical thinking and problem solving, imagination and creativity, and also involving parents. You know, 844, once you get to school and pass your exam, okay. But with the CBC, the assessments that they have, there are some assessments which are called formative assessments, which they assessed every day, and summatives assessments like the KCSE and others at the end of the term. And those ones help in identifying the child's competence. And those are the things that I think the government looked at and decided to change the curriculum. And also 844 was a system that was overtaken by events.
Such as?
Because like now in CBC we have digital literacy. People they are being taught using digital, they are sent home to do something, to Google and all that. We are moving from analog to
what's
digital.
the percentage? I just want to ask a question to understand. What is the percentage today of children who are in this system, in schools around the country, who will go home and be able to engage in digital technical discourse at home and then come back to school with the results? Today, we're talking about gadgets, we're talking about internet connectivity, we're talking about assistance from parents at home. Today.
A very small percentage. I will maybe give it like 45 to 50%. And it's the way our country is when you look at the public institutions, because there are people, in fact, as I'm speaking to you, they do not have electricity connectivity.
I'll disappoint you.
Yes.
It is less than 16% of the total population of school-going children today. And let's use the public system as an example, because that is the purview of government. It is less than 16% of the children that you talk about who are given a digital assignment will be able to go home with the assistance of their parents to be able to have that assignment done and come back to school with a completed assignment. Now, if we're talking about techniques that will help to implement a curriculum, sadly, we can talk about the need for having a comprehensive curriculum, but the implementing techniques are extremely important. You'd rather not have the curriculum if you do not have the implementers to make sure it works.
And I will just go back to the 844. I happen to be the first initiators of 844. When 844 started, there were lessons in it. There was music, there was arts and craft, there was home science, there was music,
there was agriculture.
I remember Kimalele Primary School going to plant sukuma wiki cabbages. I remember, but as the implementation progressed, some of these were dropped. As we speak today in terms of CBC and its implementation, what stops it from going back to 844? If investment is not there in making sure that the implementation of CBC actually works.
That's why we are here to try and help parents understand CBC. We want as a country to try and sensitize people the importance of CBC. It is a good curriculum, but that is the challenge is there.
The challenge is the implementation.
Implementation is there. We cannot run away from it. But again, we cannot also just sit there and see the forest burning and just sit and criticize.
But was the forest burning with the 844 system? Because we talk about it not meeting needs, and yet that 844 system, from the time it was implemented, if you read and found out about it, there are very many things in the CBC that was in the 844 system, just that it was never implemented.
Yes.
So the two questions arise. One, did we see the 844 system meeting the needs of people who went through it? In many ways, yes. Were they able to move ahead in their lives because of the system? The answer is yes. And the proof of this pudding is students who were in the 844 system. Did many of them qualify to actually go abroad and compete with other people internationally? The answer is yes. Did they excel? Yes. So, there were issues with the 844 system, yes. And the same issues have come up now. It's called implementation, which then begs the second question. Why did you not just add the things that you felt were lacking instead of overhauling the entire system? Why?
And when you talk even in terms of the digital literacy, President Uhuru Kenyatta and his government was to provide free laptops. Isn't that the digital capacity that was lacking in 844?
It was lacking then, it is still lacking
now.
I agree with all of what you have said, but the damage has been done.
Actually, no. No. The damage hasn't been done. Not really. You are right when you say the CBC, as it is documented, is a good system.
Yes.
So there's no damage there.
The damage I'm saying is that now we cannot go back.
Of course, who says we can't?
The way we left
Actually, who says we can't? Who says we can't? I mean, what is this thing that prevents us? This very expensive undertaking of starting something new, and yet you had something which worked. What stops you? These books that we've now sort of like presented.
For grade 9.
Have you looked at those books and looked at the content and asked yourself how different that content is from what people who are learning in Form 1? Have you had a look at it?
Yes.
How different is it?
See, they have integration.
There's a point I'm trying to make. The fact that you introduce a few chapters to say we are going to do this thing differently doesn't make the content different.
Yes.
See, what you want the children to understand is something fundamental, and that is something that was agreed upon a long time ago. The process of the CBC was always beyond us in terms of implementation because it requires a lot of money, to put it very simply, a great deal of money, which we don't have.
Or at least not ready to put behind it.
Yeah.
I'm saying we don't have. If we have places in this country where people are learning in places like that, and this is a public school where it's some mud touched whatever, the floor is muddy. Public institutions, how then do we leapfrog from this and suddenly have everything?
Digital libraries,
how?
Swimming pools, agricultural workshops. How do you have, home economic rooms? How do you do that?
The very fundamentals that are required: classroom, 1, 2, teachers, to cater for the needs of whatever it is that you're supposed to learn. Fundamental. If there's a problem with that fundamental, how do you then
go to these secondary issues?
Yes, how?
Let's take a break on that note. Wabugu Wakamau. Even as we do come back, there's an understanding of what the curriculum is. But further to that, there's an understanding of how it will be implemented, and then just trying to get parents and teachers. So how do we see this moving forward? We're going to take a break and then come back and continue to discuss this. We're looking at CBC, working with parents and teachers to really understand it. Will it make a difference as we go ahead? It is 25 minutes to 9 o'clock. Our conversations continue after we take a look at weather and traffic. We'll be back right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to...
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you
The weather with Spice FM.
And the weather in Nairobi as we speak at the moment, the sun is slowly getting out, but we are experiencing highs of 26 degrees and lows of 14 degrees in Kakamega County, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 14 degrees in Mombasa, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees in Nyeri, highs of 26 degrees and lows of 11 degrees, and in Nakuru City, highs of 28 degrees and lows of 12 degrees. Let's now cross the borders and go to Mogadishu, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 23 degrees in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, highs of 24 degrees and lows of 10 degrees. Dar es Salaam, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 26 degrees, but it is super cold in China with highs of 6 degrees and lows of -2 degrees, and in Paris, highs of 7 degrees and lows of 4 degrees. That is the weather. These are
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life.
All right, what are we looking at? Still in traffic hour this morning, and still nothing too crazy. Friday looks like it's a good day in terms of traffic. Most parts of Nairobi will not have an issue. We'll see a lot of outbound traffic today, looking past on the A87, out on the A104. Folks leaving the city. Also, inbound traffic is not too crazy, coming in Waiyaki way through towards Westlands and little parts of the Thika Superhighway just at the Pangani underpass. On Outer Ring Road this morning, it's okay. Kangunda Road at your junctions, you have your normal traffic that's there. And then Manyanja Road feeding onto Jago Road seems to have a bit of traffic as you then also touch on Outer Ring. A quick look at the Eastern Bypass, a little bit of a clog up just past the AP Training College from what we've seen, but that shouldn't be too bad as you then approach the Cabanas interchange and then join Mombasa Road at some point. Langata Road, some traffic as you come off of that T-Mall junction and then heading out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, but I think we'll be fine. Let's see what happens at the top of the hour, but for now we're doing all right. We'll talk in the meantime. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. CBC Ambassador Bogo Wakamao is with us this morning, and we're trying to understand it. So I'm going to, hazard a few things here. When CBC was introduced, it was like you entered into a swimming pool that didn't just have water. It had all sorts of other things inside. People wondering, what are we going to do here? People are coming home with assignments. People are being asked to bring things. Others are wondering, okay, so we were in school before. People would come home, do the assignments. We go back to school tomorrow. We're done. At the end of the day, we do an exam. They tell us where we've scored. Then we move, right? It seemed pretty cut and dry. Now you're telling people to bring chicken. Others are being told, color this, print this, take pictures of yourself, brushing your teeth, making your bed, doing all kinds of things. And so parents were like, okay, I pay school fees. Huh? This child goes to school. Huh?
Yes.
Now you're telling me now, on top of that, to now sit and do things with this child. We're looking for manila paper, scissors, all sorts of things.
Yes.
Didn't understand.
And I've paid school fees.
And I've paid school fees for this same thing to happen.
To learn in school.
And then they come and learn at home again. So why are we doing this? You see? So I can understand where the understanding needed to come in. So what understanding do we need to hear from this? Bring a loaf of bread, bring potatoes, let's fry chips, buy all sorts of things, and I've paid school fees. So this was a confusion for a lot of parents when they were like, what on earth are we doing? And then before we even get out of the water, we are now going beyond that, where we are saying, okay, even after that, then we're going to have junior secondary school. Junior secondary school, we're in high school, but we're going to remain in primary school. Then we leave that, and then going to high school is not necessarily just going to be high school where all the subjects are studied, but you will then go to a STEM school, which essentially is a science school. And on the other hand, you go to a humanities and arts school, so you can then choose. Before, you just used to stand up, wear uniform, go to school, pay school fees, write exam, come home, we finish. It complicated it in the minds of parents a lot, and in the minds of teachers as well. Teachers were teachers, whether we want to accept it or not. They were like, oh, for goodness sake, what are we doing? Why was it so confusing, you think?
Because of lack of parents changing their mind. There is a big paradigm shift. The way you're talking, you have that C844 mentality. It has been with you for a very long time. 35 years is not a joke. And when we tell parents, learners engagement, and we talk about that core competence called critical thinking and problem solving, we are actually, CBC is trying to impact some very essential life skills that were never there in 844. And when we talk about practical, like using a potty, in 844 they would draw a potty in the blackboard and the child would learn theory about using a potty. But in CBC, you take that potty to school and you're taught how to use, so that the learning outcome of these two learners, one can write a composition about using a potty and the other one can use it well. Just like when you're traveling in the aeroplane, there is that lady who tells you in case of emergency there are two doors here that will open. Do you know they have never seen them open? And they don't know how they open. But they tell you, they give you that information.
Actually, they do during the training. Actually, they do. They are trained.
Yes.
When the plane
is on the ground. But the passengers personally have never seen them open anyway. And
no,
I'm the
if they
customer.
opened, then you'd be in danger.
If they opened while the plane was in movement, there would be a spot of trouble.
Very good.
Don't want to see it open.
You are even rejecting my example. It's okay. We also have somebody being trained how to drive. In 844, even some people were trained how to use computers without a computer itself. In CBC, you have to have it. So,
but we don't.
I think
that's the problem.
You've actually got to the heart of the matter.
Yes.
You've actually got to the heart of the matter.
Yes.
Had this problem been solved earlier, and the equipment had been provided in the 844, this transition that we're talking about would have been so much easier.
Yes.
Because the equipment would have been there. And by the way, just so that, let me repeat it again. The 844 demanded similar things of their students. Believe me. The practicum. Parents would complain, what is this thing you're asking us to build at home and then take to school?
Yes.
I used to be a teacher, so I'm speaking just from a point of view of experience. When the 844 was introduced, I was actually a teacher in the secondary school. And so I'm actually familiar with what was purposed, what was intended, and then the outcome. What we saw over the years is not what was intended.
Yes. But now, Madam, I want to say that what you're asking like a real Kenyan. And this is a challenge we are having in implementing CBC, when parents complain like that because they just want to pay school fees. Somebody told me, I don't want to know whether they are being taught CBC, IBC, or CRB. Provided I pay school fees, I want them to learn, and I do my business.
Yes.
But we don't want that disconnect between parent and a child.
But what is
parenting?
But what is so CBC wants to help parents
parent?
No. To engage the child, to teach them how to learn.
Then what are they doing?
So why are they in school?
They're in school to learn, yes. But again, there is that bond between parent and the child.
So you're saying it doesn't exist?
It used not be existing fully because, you know, as long as you can do exam, it's okay. But
so
this
now
one
we're saying
is
that
engaging,
CBC is increasing the bond between parents and children by virtue of the fact that they do assignments together and they're now
and that one helps in critical thinking and problem solving, imagination and creativity. You tell them to swim where there is no swimming pool. They can
I can see how creative that's going to be. We've seen pictures of just how creative you can get to swim in a pool where it doesn't exist.
Let me read something. There's a gentleman called Irongo Amos who has written this to me and says, we cannot call the lack of preparation and investment in the CBC a challenge when children already in class battling with a curriculum that even teachers hardly understand. I am a teacher and I can confirm that learning areas like music, art and craft science, home science, life skills are largely not taught. Equipment is also lacking. Is it essential to risk the children's future with such a system? That is somebody who listens to the show and contributes, and that is their view. And they're a teacher, even as we speak.
And even yesterday, when the results were launched, I had a teacher at the show at KTN, and this teacher told me direct that even when this transition is happening, they are not ready to receive these students because they have not been retooled. They do not know what is coming for them.
Yeah,
that is a teacher.
That's a problem.
So therefore, if that is a problem that we agree, then why is this CBC being rushed, being shoved down the throats of parents and students and even teachers?
Because it's a good curriculum, and I believe the end product is good for our country.
You know what? Antibiotics is good medicine if you have an infection of the bacterial nature, right? But it is not going to solve a problem that is not of a bacterial nature. If you suffer from a viral infection, you cannot treat it with an antibiotic. And I think this is where we missed the boat. That we were not paying attention to the problem and what needed solving. I don't think there's dispute that that the CBC is a good curriculum.
Yes.
I look at very many elements of it and how they're actually distributed in different global education systems, and it works very well. That competency allows you to look at the world in color like this, as opposed to tunnel vision where I have to study one subject and pass an exam.
In 4 dimensions.
There you go. 4 dimension, and you can see the world like this. That's what it allows you to do. But the problem was not that you needed to invite a new curriculum, that there were fundamental issues, and now you're treating a problem that was not, you're treating a problem with a solution that is not going to cut it. And that's what I'm saying. It's a good curriculum. Antibiotics are good medicine, but you cannot treat a problem with the wrong medicine. And so I think that's where the problem is here. And then how do you circle back on some of those things? Nobody argues that, yes, you would like to have a child by the time they finish grade 12. They understand things about physical education. They understand agriculture, and they're able to apply it to their lives. But have you put in the implemental markers? If you haven't, you're wasting your time. It's counterintuitive. It's counterproductive. You'd rather not even have touched it in the first place. Anything worth doing is worth doing well. If not, don't touch it. And I think this is the problem that we're facing. This is the problem that we're facing here. So it could be a fantastic curriculum. Could have been implemented in many places in the world, and probably is already. But if you're not ready to do the legwork to have it implemented, let's even say 85%. Let's not even ask for 100. Okay, fine. Let's say 50. If you're not able to do that, you'd rather not touch it. And I think this is what we're dealing with. That's why it's so difficult to explain to parents. This is what you need to do, because they're like, where are we?
Okay, you see now, when the damage is done, there is something I call a triangle I use to solve problems. It consists of PLA, pathognomonic analysis. Pathognomonic is a term used by veterinary doctors when they are treating an animal, because animals cannot talk. So they observe, and they can tell this out of observing, they can know this, what is ailing the animal. So as a country, we need, and as also Kenyans, we need to look at this situation and analyze it. And once we analyze it, we go to the L, that is logotherapy, healing through reason. Logo, healing through reasoning. We reason together that it has been done. How can we move from this point from great mess to greatness? It is possible. I am a believer of impossible is possible. And then there is something I call ambidexterity, the ability to write with both hands, the ability to change, and the ability to do something you have never done before. And I believe, as a Christian, that it can be done.
You do know that what we're talking about here, the lives of children. And their welfare, and also their future, and in so doing, the future of the country. And this is not something you experiment with.
Yeah.
All the opportunity to ensure that the implementation was workable has been possible. What was the rush? What was the must? what is this thing that was going to happen to the country if this thing was not implemented after some care, thought, piloting, and so forth? What was going to happen? Because we are now trying to implement it, and we can see the problems that we are encountering. These are huge problems. And what makes them monumental is that their lives that are going to be influenced and affected permanently as a result of what we are referring to as the goings-on that we currently see.
Because the implementation has been done. It has started. It has moved.
Okay.
I want to say that even Jesus Christ was born in a cowshed in a manger, but he never became a cow. So
because he wasn't born a cow.
I'm connecting with this.
He wasn't born a cow.
Yeah, but he was born in a cowshed in a manger. I want to connect with the damage has been done. We are here. Let us forget about, you were talking very well about if it was implemented, if now it is there. How can we join hands? No, the question is how can we join hands?
It hasn't been implemented. You see, this is the point.
We are trying. The government
you're
is
saying
trying.
It has been implemented, and I'm saying it hasn't.
Okay, let me ask a question. That let's see the implementation. A child who is in grade 7 today, in the CBC system, is, if you can carefully use the word equivalent, is equivalent to a child who finished class 8. Okay?
No.
Yes.
No.
A
Grade
child
7 is grade 7.
No. I'm looking at what happened in 844
Okay.
and what happens now in CBC.
Yes.
A child who is in grade 7 is the same as a child who was in class 8 finishing KCPE, because you finished KCSE, isn't it?
Yes.
Same class. Now, they've gone through 844 and written KCPE. This has finished and written KCSE. What is the difference in learning and the capability? Because we have examples in the same time of these two. How can we see that this child who has finished 844 in the KCPA examinations after that year, and this child who has finished grade 6 now going to grade 7, what's the difference? Because the different curriculums have been applied to the two.
The difference is that one, the CBC child is now going to exploration. Because if you understand CBC...
Not where they are going. Not where they are going. What they have achieved.
What has been achieved as of
not where they are going. What has been achieved from January to November in CBC for this child who is in class 6, and January to November to this class 8 student who has finished KCPE. The difference between the two.
The structures are different. Now,
let me also ask another question. As we talk about the implementation of CBC, let's use between private and public institutions. It is obvious, it is common knowledge that private institutions are well prepared than public institutions. Yet when you talk about education, it is a right that is guaranteed. Therefore, the government must ensure that every child in the Republic has access to quality education. But here is a question where these two parameters, one seems to be favored than the other. Yet the Constitution is there as an equality in making sure that we are all on the same level. Therefore, as we talk about implementation, and children are not equal based off where they study, how is CBC going to be achieved with equality as a marker?
it will be very hard to be achieved for now, but with time.
Okay.
With time.
And I think this brings us back to one of the fundamental
issues. And with those also so many changes in the governments.
Yeah.
We know there are other governments that may come in place. We also know that CBC is new,
Yes.
CBC is evolving, and CBC is under construction.
Yeah.
It is still under construction. And being very positive, I think it will work. And we need to focus on where we are going, not basically where we're coming from. Because even our eyes, both of our eyes are placed in front so that we can see where we are going. So if we can put all that energy and cease from having this negative energy, and we focus on trying to see the good things in the CBC, as you alluded that there are good things, these are good system, and we join hands as Kenyans and try to talk to the government. We have many people advocating for those things we are talking about as a country. I think we can change the CBC can be a very good thing, and it is possible. I believe it is possible.
You know, this particular matter of the CBC, this isn't a faith-based initiative.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a practicum. It is something that requires certain structures. It's something that requires certain set activities that must be achieved within the structure. There must be timelines to it, bearing in mind that we have lives of young Kenyans at stake in everything that we are doing. Now, what you refer to as negativity is what we refer to as contribution to the discussion, so that those who are seeking to implement it understand how it is that people think and feel about it and what it is they know. This discussion we're having is what should have been had long before.
Before anybody opened their mouth to say that we changed the curriculum.
Yes, because then the discussions would have been had, so when the implementation came about, one would be clear about what one is doing. But we're having it now because it wasn't had adequately before.
Yes.
See, you introduce something new, essentially you're trying to replace what people know. They will be asking, wait, I went through a system, it seemed to work for me. Maybe I have other children who went through the other system, it seemed to work for them. So this new system, you always start from the known.
And you like what you know.
Yes.
That's just human nature.
Change.
It is the thing you know that you like.
You have to be informed and convinced about change before you accept it.
Yes.
Yes. You can't be told change. Your knee-jerk reaction will be to resist because you don't know.
Yes, I agree with you. That is what failed. The government failed in that area. But now, where we are standing, I'm looking at it. How can we salvage the situation? That's why we try to...
Actually, we can't. We can't.
How? We can't.
No, we can't. Only the government can do something. We actually can't, because if, for instance, something as simple as the government saying there is release 16 billion to build new classes, and we know that with this system, right now we don't have Form 1 students, don't we?
Yes.
So we do have classes that are empty. Quite simple, really. What are we building new classes for when we already have classes that exist? Classes that people could go into. So even if you're thinking of building, you'd be thinking of building to supplement what already exists. You're talking about teachers who would teach in the science subjects. Primary schools don't have them, and if they do in few numbers, secondary schools do. These teachers were going to teach for months if they were there. It was not complicated because many secondary schools are near primary schools. I'm simply saying there are a lot of things that are happening with this particular system that seemed, if you look at the working, to guarantee that it won't work, whereas it could work.
Yes.
And go ahead.
And there was no public participation. You know, when you talk about public participation, it is not what is on paper, but we talk about quality and meaningful public participation where each and every individual is given an opportunity to speak, to help inform future decisions. That never happened. Parents were told CBC is here, dive in, there are sharks, there are whales, find your way out.
Now, my question is now, what do we do from here? We need to think and help our Kenyans. We talk to the government, we tell them this is not going right. They will get our message so that we salvage the situation.
I agree with that, and I think the conversations need to happen, and I think we need to continually point them out. If it is not working, it's not working, no matter how we try to color it. So maybe you can add implementer in terms of your ambassador role as well. CBC ambassador and hopeful implementer of some of these things. I think it's important that we do. Thank you very much for being here this morning. Wabogo Wakamao, CBC ambassador, and we've had a conversation about that this morning. The conversations must continue. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. A number of school heads have continued to complain about the slow process of getting the KCSE results, even as the Kenya National Examination Council announced that the results portal was fully functional. Jane Nyanumba is the principal at Sironga National High School in Nyamira County.
We have a challenge with the net, but so far we have downloaded 206 girls, of which A- are 14, B+ are 46, B plain are 69, B- are 59, C+ are 15, and C plain are 3. We have a large candidature, so we are still on downloading. From this, we are optimistic that by the end of the exercise, we shall celebrate.
While announcing the results, Education CS Julius Ogamba said candidates could access their results online through the Kenya National Examinations Council website.
Individual 2024 KCSE candidate examination results will be accessed online through a secure link on the NEC website or directly through the following website: https://results.nec.ac.ke. Candidates will be required to enter the candidate's index number and any one of the names as per the registration data for the 2024 examination results.
The Kenya National Examination Council portal, however, crashed moments after Ogamba announced the results. Last evening, the council attributed the crash to the thousands of logins from institutions, parents and candidates, but maintained that candidates were receiving their results nonetheless. A total of 962,512 candidates sat for the exams, marking an increase from 899,453 candidates who took the exams in 2023. The government has continued to assure parents that most of the pressing challenges experienced at the onset of the rollout of the competency-based curriculum have been resolved. Speaking in Elgeyo Marakwet County on Thursday, President William Ruto said the government was working to resolve the few remaining challenges one by one without interfering with learning. The president sought to allay fear that some grade 9 learners might not have a place to learn due to lack of classrooms.
Tumejenga madarasa 13,000 mpya in the last 1 year. Imebaki madarasa chache karibu 3,000 ambayo itakamilika mwisho wa mwezi huu. Lakini hata tukingojea kukamilisha hizo madarasa, tumefanya mpango maalum kama serikali kuhakikisha ya kwamba watoto wetu wote wako na mahali ya kusoma, ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunatimiza malengo ya CBC.
3 members of a machete-wielding gang accused of terrorizing residents within Mombasa's Kimbeeni and Kazandani areas are in police custody. In a statement on Thursday, DCI boss Mohammed Amin said the 3, suspected to be members of an infamous gang dubbed Mombasa Panga Boys, were rounded up during a security operation by detectives from the DCI headquarters in Nairobi. Amin said the gang is known to operate with impunity while armed with crude weapons, targeting business premises and pedestrians. Last April, police arrested the gang leader within the Kibokoni area. The suspect was found with a panga stashed in his trousers as he watched a football match. Supporters of Mozambique's opposition leader Venancio Mondlane have been injured as police tried to break up the crowds who'd come to meet him after his return from self-imposed exile on Thursday. Mondlane had left the country saying he thought his life was in danger following October's disputed presidential election that sparked deadly protests. He landed at the main airport in the capital, Maputo, amid tension and heavy security, with thousands having gathered to welcome him. His return came ahead of next week's swearing-in of Daniel Chapo as president, the ruling Frelimo party candidate who has been confirmed as the winner of October's poll by the Constitutional Court. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you're willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's too high. All right, where are we? A few minutes after 9 o'clock, and traffic busy in some parts. Kangunda Road trying to find its way, traffic trying to find its way through towards Outer Ring, busy. Eastern Bypass, not so much. And that traffic on the Thika Superhighway is cordoned off just to the Pangani underpass, so that doesn't look too bad. On Jogo Road heading out towards Landis, it's free and clear. And whatever was happening around Haile Selassie past Kamkunji, that's all done now. And we'll probably see just a little bit of it trying to get onto Huru Highway as you approach the city. Okay, not doing too badly coming off of Waiyaki Way. Traffic is flowing very freely and smoothly. Limu Road not doing too bad either. Let's see what happens as we come out of traffic hour in about half hour or so, and keep things moving. In the meantime, talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, # The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
8 minutes after 9 o'clock into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation for this week. And we get into conversations, women leadership today. And I'll tell you who's with us in just a bit as we remind you of what's happening on the 18th of January. All roads lead to the Gallant Mall in Parklands. And on the 27th, all roads lead to the Eka Hotel in Eldoret. For what, you might ask? Well, it's the first of its kind. It's the first ever Cradle international conference on university placement, and we're looking at its first annual study abroad conference. Cradle, you know, is Africa's largest study abroad platform that makes sure that cutting-edge technology is used and pairing expert student counselors to help students search, match and apply to over 600 universities in 45 destinations around the world. So these two destinations, Nairobi and Eldoret, will host the conference on the 18th and 27th of January, respectively. It's the first in its kind ever organized in Kenya. Cradle's first annual study abroad conference is bringing top experts from Cradle and from top international universities from across the world. It's packed with the most knowledge you will ever get at one place to make your best study abroad decisions. And so what do you need to do? You need to register and get an invitation. Go to www.cradle.com or dial 0799 000 444. Get an invite because there are limited slots available, and you want to be here to find out what you need to do to get a student visa, for example, to secure one, what you need to do to make the best match between yourself, the destination, and the career choice path that you want to take. It's www.cradle.com or you can call 0799 000 444. There's a gap somewhere sometimes, isn't it? And maybe you just don't get the educational skills match that you need. And the KCB 2 Jejuri program is filling those holes.
Yes, and it's filling these holes by making sure that it actually upskills or gives skills to those who either dropped out of school or got into these TVETs and need upskilling of the skills. And our KCB 2 Jejuri says we recognize that over 1 million young people between 18 to 34 enter the labor market annually, and with that there is need to solve the unemployment problem that the country continues to face. And through that they are sponsoring and training students in technical and institutions, that is TVETs, across the country, and with that ensuring that they get the certification. And when we talk about certification, CT, NITA is here to help this certification, especially of these young people. But what exactly does that do to these young people?
There are people who are skilled in that they have had actual experience in performing certain technical tasks. However, when you go into the job market, people would like some documentation as to what it is you can do. They want to understand that this skill has been recognized by authorities who are actually tasked with the duty of ensuring that they certify you. Now that's where this particular program comes in. That documentation is provided for you. Now that documentation, they are called grade tests when you talk about technical subjects. They actually clearly document the proficiency you have, because these grade tests have levels. It means that one level you're able to do this, at the next, and so forth and so forth. Now, it opens a door that ordinarily would have been shut in the absence of this, because you can do the job, but there's no documentation to show that you can do it. Yes.
Yeah, and after getting this documentation, actually, KCB takes you through another step where it mentors you. It actually pairs you with the mentor who helps you with your business and all that. And after the mentor helps you with growing your business, they actually go forward and forward you now, where the bank now itself comes through, gives you loans to start your business for you to go ye and shine, because already you've been given the skill, you've been given the tools, you have a mentor, your business is doing good, and now the bank comes in and takes over, gives you loans, and ensures that you become a success story. All this information, kcbgroup.com/foundation.
Voila. Our guest for this hour is seated, and I must say, I'm just going to say it, for 5 years, trying to get her to come here. Finally, I don't know what magic wand Lydiah has been able to spin, but she's here in the hot seat. We've had you on the phone, but having you here physically has been no mean feat. Woman representative for Nairobi County, Esther Pasaris, is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, and happy, hopeful 2025 for everyone.
Happy New Year.
Why have you been so hard to find?
Nairobi keeps me busy. I'm like a governor with a very limited budget. I mean, seriously, women rep 17 constituencies, 85 wards, so much disasters all over the place. Gen Z movement, parliament attack. It's losing dad, getting my daughter married. It's just been one thing after another, and it's been busy. But you know what? It's been good busy. Good busy, because even if it's been tough and negative sometimes, it's still life. I always say that as long as I'm alive, I'm so blessed. As long as I have health, I'm double blessed. As long as I have something to do every single day, wake up and do something, I'm triple blessed.
Right.
And as long as I know I'm triple blessed, I know that God has a plan and a purpose for me, and his love is unconditional, and it's there. So that's why I'm sorry. I mean, you know what? Let's celebrate that I'm here.
Okay.
First interview of the year. Yes, first interview of the year.
Great to have you in the room. This is the hot seat of the Situation Room, and many issues to discuss. Amongst top of them, looking into women leadership in the country, and seeing what it has been able to achieve and what we can hope for it in the future. But let's welcome you properly in true Situation Room style. CT Muga goes around the continent every week. Don't ask me how. Government's giving visas. I don't know.
Oh wow.
And he comes back every week, one country with a basket full of proverbs. He'll tell you what country we're in this week, and he'll welcome you with today's proverb. You tell us what you think about it and how you would interpret it. Is that all right?
Great. Perfect.
Okay.
We start the year in the country of Kenya. And our proverbs for
No visa?
That's a good thing about it. There's no money in January to start, so we started here.
He's in Kenya.
Government services in January everywhere on this continent. They are there, they're not there. So you want to start maybe in February. So you start from home, where you require no visa, as you correctly put it. Kupotea njia ndio kujua njia.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I think I think it's when you're lost, right? It's an opportunity for you to find. Okay, if you're not lost, then you're not going to be looking, right? So I think it's if it's negative, it can be turned into positive. All right. So I think it's not. It's like, to fall is not to there's a saying, kuanguka. To trip is not to fall. So I just think it's beautiful, actually. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It gets you thinking.
It does.
Yeah. It never lose hope. I started by telling you a happy, hopeful year. Never lose hope.
Indeed.
If it's not going your way, work it. It'll go your way. If you want to lose weight, work it. You're going to lose weight. If you have a New Year's resolution, right? You got to have steps towards achieving it. Little bite size. Somebody once said, how do you consume an elephant? One bite at a time. You can consume it.
Maybe some oil and tomatoes, but all right. You are a member of parliament. And it's interesting because you talk about bite size. Women have been noted as a special interest group in Kenya. It's interesting, but okay.
Special interest.
Yeah. It's constitution. That's what it says. And when you talk about bite size, let's look at bite size leadership. Over the number of years, we have seen you in leadership in the country for some time. Do you think the strides that have been made have yielded results, or are you starting to see results where we talk about representation of women, where we talk about much needed leadership coming from women, where we talk about the balance of power being struck, having women in the game? Do you think that some strides are being made before we start to talk about some of the things that have actually been done?
So let's look at what we have right now. We've got 29 members of parliament that battle it out with men in the single constituencies. All right, we've got 47 women representatives by constitution. Okay, we've got 7 women governors, 8 women deputy governors, 3 women senators elected, 115 MCAs across the country. That's, Nairobi has 85 wards. In the last parliament, we had 5 women, not even 10%. In this county government, we have 3. We dropped. So that means majority would be nominated. So we have gains and losses. The thing is, the question we have to ask ourselves, because men keep saying that women, first of all, they see us as a burden. All right, they don't see us as 50% of the population, and it makes me wonder how patriarchy just ingrains itself into people and makes them feel like women should just be in the house having babies and not doing anything more. Because when they go to vote, even women themselves, I keep telling women, we're 50% of the votes. Why are we not able to vote women? But then also, it's the nature of our politics. It's who's more visible, who's in a stronger party, who has more money to hand out, who has more goodies to make themselves visible and having the town halls. But, I want to also look at the executive. All right, that was the political section. The executive, we've got Deborah Mulonga, health, Baraza. We've got Sopan Tuya, defense. We've got Alice Wahome, housing, lands, public works. We've got Rebecca Miano, tourism and wildlife. Dorcas Odwor, attorney general. Martha Kome, CJ. Wilfreda Boyani, chief registrar, judiciary. And we've got Faith Odhiambo as well in the Law Society. So, and then also in the private sector, we've got quite a number of women, like General Motors. All right. So for me, I think women are gaining their space, but the bashing, the judgment, the expectation from a woman, the standards that we're held by are so much more difficult. And people forget, we may be holding those positions, but we're also managing the husband, his family, our family, our children, and now grandchildren. I mean, I'm a grandma, you know. So it's we're multitasking in so many areas, and it's emotional, it's financial, it's physical, you know, it's mental, you know. So it's a lot of areas. I think we need to celebrate the woman and to remember she bears the labor of bringing forth the next generation. You know, men say, oh, you know, we have a role to play. You know, yes, you do, all right? It takes two to tango, right? But look at Nairobi, look at Kenya. We have a single mom crisis. We don't have men. Men are planting and disappearing, you know? I mean, we don't have...
It's an interesting way to...
You know, we have fatherless children. And it's sad, because they need to have role models. And, you know, we say the boy child is lost, and we're saying, oh, we've empowered the girl child, so we've lost out on the boy child. But for me, the boy child is not lost because of any other reason other than absent fathers. And then fathers who are not role models, fathers who spend time in bars, fathers who spend time hopping beds, right? We have fathers who basically don't want to work, drugs, alcohol, you know, and maybe there are no jobs as well. But I feel that we need to find a way to make every citizen, first of all, appreciate the woman, and then support the woman, all right? Not because she's the weaker sex, but because two are stronger than one.
Do you think that because of these things that you've mentioned, that women should be held to a lower standard, especially in a political position or a leadership position, by virtue of the fact that she's got these other things?
Oh, no. Let me tell you, we are so capable. You don't know the things that we have to do. I mean, I could be dealing with my sick father, dealing with my dead father, dealing with my pregnant daughter, dealing with whatever, but I am still going to be there to do my leadership position, because women take everything seriously. A woman, even if she's unwell, she will get out of bed and make sure the children eat. She will make sure the children go to school. She will do everything in her power to make sure it all works. She's born with that. She's a nurturer. She's got that. It's a natural inbuilt wiring in her. What a woman needs is stop the put down. Stop the judgment. Stop the negativity. Stop always trying to tell me that you're better than me. All right? Appreciation. Do you know, you need even a flower. You put a seed down and you want to nurture it. You put it in the ground, right? You want it to grow. You have to water it. You can talk to it. You can give it manure. You look after it, and then it will give you fruits. But women are left on their own. The men are not partnering with women on all levels. And I feel it is a struggle. And life doesn't have to be a struggle. A woman, when she reaches her deathbed, right? How much do you think she will say, wow, I was appreciated. I was loved. I was supported. I was told thank you. You know, those are the things that matter, you know, and it's not happening. That's where we need our society to shift. Yeah.
All these men have mothers, don't they?
Yes.
So...
But you know how many men, you know, in the olden days, we wanted men and we wanted property to go to men. Today, women given property are better off. We used to say the woman will get married, she won't come back to look after the parents. Ask yourself, how many women are the ones looking after their parents, not the sons?
You know, the role of women, it's not possible to overstate it.
Yes.
It is also not possible to not understand the fundamental pillar that in a society like ours, women actually are. That in the absence of women and their contribution, one then has to ask what sort of nation we would be.
Exactly.
But I started by asking, all these men have mothers.
Yes.
Fundamentally, we are talking about respect that men ought to have for women. And it raises the question, where are you taught respect? How does a man get to understand, to respect?
From the father.
from the father. If you see your father coming in drunk, beating your mother, not being there, right? You take those same qualities. Your model is your father. But most of these young men, first of all, have no fathers. Number two, the mother has been hard on them. So they come out of there because the mother wants them to be responsible. The mother understands that. All right. So some of them will come out bitter and will come out when they're out there with the men together, right? Because of lack of mentorship. What do men talk about? When you sit in a bar and a man is buying a drink and is bragging about how he did this one, he raped this one, he beat this one, he killed this one, he gets away with it. The bar talk. Right? How many men will say, you know what, we're going to grab you, take you in, because what you did was wrong?
We discovered that things have been
I would hope, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, what is the bar talk? The bar talk is, hey, I spiked that chick last week. I did her, right? Or this one. You know, the thing is, you know, we can't be flies in the room to understand what the men talk is. But when I sit and talk to men, I say, you need, okay, let me tell you, I've just remembered a story. There was a time a woman got raped in Westlands, outside an Italian restaurant, next to Westlands Market, about 10, 15, 20 years ago. She was raped. And it was the street families that were there, all right? And they just pinned her down on her car and raped her. And I went and I spoke to those street boys because I was doing the project of Adopt a Light, and I was employing street families. And I went and I spoke to those street boys and I said, who did this? You know? And they go, Mother, unataka tukwambie nini? Nani anatuangalia? Sisi tunakuwa, hiyo kitu inafanywa kwa sisi kila siku. It's a daily occurrence. Sasa huyo kwa sababu ni mzungu ndio bunajali. I said, it's wrong. But you see, they're living that life of, it's done to us, we're going to do it to others. So how do you break that pattern? So my mother was rough on me, she was tough on me, so I'll be tough on my woman. Okay, and then we're breeding, we become a breeding ground, not just Kenya, the whole world over, of narcissistic men. Men who think they're entitled, controlling, manipulating, lying, and at the same time, right, having zero empathy. When you're a narcissist, you have no empathy. You don't care. All right. So that is the society we're in. And it's the world order. It's not just Kenya. All right. It's all over the world. So how do we shift men and how do we shift women so that together we become a unit of love, peace, understanding, you know, joy, fulfillment, positive power? That's what we need to talk about. And it starts with you and me. All right? It starts with you and I. Each and every one of us has a role to play to leave this world a better place and to be good human beings.
And the Constitution seems to have that in mind because it talks about the gender rule in it, where it talks about the 2/3 gender rule. But this also seems to be a problem because we've not been able to achieve that. We know the decision that was made by Chief Justice Emeritus Maraga.
I know, we're not even constitutional.
You know, even the current parliament is still not. So then the question would be, how do we ensure that in terms of policy framework that we achieve that, and in the event that we don't, where do we go to? So as a woman leader in parliament, how do we go around this problem that has existed?
So, you know, the thing is, it's the goodwill of the president. If the president can whip the entire parliament to achieve anything he wants to achieve, right? Then he can whip and make sure that we actually implement. That's the only part of the Constitution that has never been implemented. The only part. Everything else in the Constitution was implemented. Except
maybe it's on its way. Some of it is.
We've been promised. He's got an advisor on gender. He's got an advisor on gender, and he's promised us. We've been to see him a number of times. Now, why do we want that? Because one, it's in the Constitution. Two, we say that, you know what? Give us that space, not more than 2/3 of one gender. One day, maybe it'll be the men looking for that. All right? Because if you look at the country and you think it's a mess, who's been in leadership from independence? Men. So maybe we need to have a shift there so that we can actually be able to achieve something. All right? So for me, I feel that it will be a shame if President Ruto leaves office or reaches the end of this term and does not deliver on the not more than 2/3.
Why do you think that it has been so difficult to put,
majority are men
to put women in positions of leadership? Majority of the candidates are men.
No,
interestingly enough, majority of those who vote from the numbers that we've seen actually are women.
Yes.
So why do you think it's been so difficult? The numbers you gave us, we've got 47 county governors, we've got 7 females.
Yes.
We've got, I don't know how many MCAs, we have 115.
Yeah.
We have senators, again, how many do we have? Elected 3. We have the rest that are there, senators are nominated. Why is it so difficult? Majority of voters, women.
Yeah.
Why is it so difficult in your opinion?
I think we need to talk to the women to give us the confidence, to gain the confidence and to give us the opportunity to serve. And a lot of things that affect the family, women can articulate them better. And we've seen that with issues of sanitary towels, sexual offences bill, we education. Like recently, I brought a motion into Parliament on free bursaries. All right, it was shot down completely. And we had the issue of St. Anne's recently, where the girls were put out. All right, and you ask if school was free, if secondary school was free, like primary school, then there'd be no child sent home. All right, but we want to have these bursaries and we want to split them, and we don't even know, we can't even account for what they're doing in the various schools. Okay, so for me, I feel that we have women voters, but we don't need just the women to vote for women. We need everyone to understand that women can deliver. But the patriarchal lining of the African man is still not seeing women in a position of leadership.
Even women? And I have to...
yes, and even women.
We're going to go to break in a minute, but I have to ask that question. There have been women, for example, who've put themselves up to run for president. Not once, not twice.
Charity Ngilu, Martha.
I mean, there have been women. There have been women who've been pitted against men. And so are we saying that the reason why they have not been given the opportunity to fill those positions is because there is doubt in their ability to deliver?
Yes, and then there's also a lot more money backing the men's candidature so that the man is able to be more visible and more able to connect with the grassroots than the woman. And then patriarchy. Even women are told by men how to vote. But now that we have a single mom crisis, there are no men going to be able to tell women what to do. All right, women need to make that decision. So it's an opportunity for us to get more seats as women. Remember, it's the first time we reached 10%, 29 out of 290, and then we lost one because Alice Wahome went out, and then we got a man come back in. So for me, I believe that we're getting there, but it's an effort that we have to make, but at least give us what was constitutionally ours. 1/3, we need that not more than 2/3 gender role to be passed. And now that we have a new chair for NGEC, and she's determined to make sure that that will happen. So I believe that if we give the resources, she'll be able to fight for it, and we'll be able to attain that. Once we've got that, at least what was in the Constitution for us as women will be given. And then we've got work to do. We've got work to do. As women leaders, we've got work to do to appeal to our women and to also appeal to our men to see us as good leaders. Look at America. I mean, I really honestly thought Kamala Harris was going to come in, and then look what happened. Right?
There are many arguments as to why she didn't.
I know.
Nairobi Women Representative Esther Pasaris is our guest this hour, and we're looking at women leadership. Are we looking towards a time where the axis is going to shift? What needs to happen in order for there to be an inclusive leadership, an inclusive government when it comes to these numbers? Are we there yet? We continue with the conversation at 26 minutes to 10 o'clock. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
And the weather in Nairobi is highs of 26 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. In Kakamega County, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 14 degrees. In Mvita, Mombasa, highs of 31 degrees and lows of 24 degrees. And in Kisumu City, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 20 degrees. Across the borders to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, highs of 24 degrees and lows of 10 degrees. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania is experiencing highs of 31 degrees and lows of 26 degrees. And in Mogadishu, highs of 30 degrees and lows of 23 degrees. In China, highs of 6 degrees and lows of -2 degrees. In London, United Kingdom, highs of 6 degrees and lows of 0 degrees. That is the weather. These are.
Sugar and spice and everything.
spice up your life.
All right, so coming out of traffic hour, it hasn't been too bad this morning. Just a little bit of that left at the Pangani underpass as you get into the city this morning. And also on Limuru Road, we'll see some traffic coming in from United Nations Avenue out through towards Gigiri and Thigiri Ridge. But I think after that, we are doing okay. On Uhuru Highway, we will see that traffic between Bunyala Road and Haile Selassie at the junction and heading out into the CBD. Apart from that, I think we've done pretty well. Coming off Langata Road is looking good, as well as the Southern Bypass interchange touching on Mombasa Road, and then coming in through towards the Cabanas interchange. Everything looks good. Let's talk through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice.
Looking into 24 minutes to the top of the hour, Women Representative for Nairobi County, Esther Passaris. I think we need to disabuse the notion, the belief for a lot of people that because you're a member of parliament in the position of women representative, that what you're doing is fighting and championing the needs and rights of women in the county. In as much as that is what is being done, there is certain work that a member of parliament will do regardless. So people are asking, why is Esther Passaris running around making sure that people who are suffering from things like demolitions are not taken care? She should be making sure that, it's girls in school, or should be making sure that girls in school have sanitary towels, making sure that women in markets are. So what's that? What's that role? I mean, before we go back, because we're now trying to graduate this conversation and say, okay, fine. What is it that we should see Esther Passaris doing? What should we see others in other counties doing for us to know that this is not just taking care of the needs of women, but what we're saying is that other things are being done by this member of parliament.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing is, it's funny. It's like the cat and mouse story, or the chicken and egg. So what's happening is the electorate in Kenya, if they were only electing leaders to go into parliament to legislate, to pass budgets, to oversight, right, the executive, I think very few would actually come out and vote an MP. The irony is, much as they want to see you and feel you in the ground, right, they don't want you to have the funds to work in the ground.
Who?
The electorate. Like when you talk about CDF, when you talk about GAF, the funds that are entrusted to the legislators, right? They don't want to see you having those funds. But at the same time, they expect you to be on the ground to support them. There's this saying, mkono mtupu hairambwi, Can you imagine if I have to go into any corner of my Nairobi, if I don't have liquid cash on me, I cannot move around. They are, it's like we've become thuggery. It's happening. So they will block you, they will want money, and it's become a norm. They will follow you with borders, they want money. So they think, we've given you this job, you're earning this salary, we should have this money.
Something I don't understand. Please explain this to me. You said the electorate don't want the elected leaders to have the means by which they can actually provide the services that the citizenry need.
The majority want it, but remember there are a few busy bodies that are continuously engaging the judiciary and saying, stop the GAF, stop the CDF. And yet, this is what connects us with our people. And when it comes to, if you have to go to the majority of the people, they will say, yes, give it to them. Right now, unfortunately, this is a big bone of contention. Should an MP? What is the MP's job? If my job is just to go into Parliament, pass laws, all right, legislate. Most of the times, it's very difficult to pass a law. You can spend 5 years there, and you won't pass a law because it's a money bill, and the government is highly in debt, and the government has no money to give more new projects. Okay. Second, you oversight. So you have. I'm in the Lands Committee and I'm in the Housing Committee. So you oversight the projects of government and you try and give direction on what they're supposed to do. All right. Then, of course, you pass budgets. All right. But in the Budget Committee, there's only one woman or two women. All right. So, of course, not many issues relating to women will be given resources. So this is where we also need gender balance in all these committees. So for me, I feel that my job, when I became a legislator, I'll be very honest with you, I just went into election, right? And I tried it for 10 years, 3 failed attempts before I got in. And the idea for me was I was going to go in there to fight corruption. What happened to me with the Dr. Light project, I needed to fight it. I need to stop this people who don't want good progress. Somebody's helping you out and you're fighting them. So I get into Parliament. You go for your induction. You go, you get in, and then you realize, and then you're told you have this fund. I didn't even know that there was a Gov fund when I got in. And I'm lucky because even though I competed against Shebesh, we're very good friends, and we both respect each other and we love each other. And she was supportive of me. I finished all her projects. Mostly a new member of Parliament will come in and discard the projects of the previous one. I finished her project on autism, and she was there to mentor me and to guide me and to explain things for me. But sometimes it can be a really green place. Now, like for instance, right now I've got a project in my office. Today I'm going to give out 16 million shillings of bursaries. But going to give out the bursaries, I still believe HELP should handle university and tertiary colleges. Secondary and primary should be completely free. All right. All the bursaries should be amalgamated. I'm giving 16 million today. How many families have I not been able to touch? It's discriminatory. I mean, why those families who've applied, and I've got a whole list that I can't give money to. I mean, we try and balance according to wards and constituencies and different needs groups, but the problem I'm having is it's discriminatory. Our constitution does not allow for discrimination. So when I can only give 16 million to a few people, and then I don't know what Babu Owino gave, I don't know what Olwatch gave, I don't know if I'm giving the same families again. There's no system of coordinating it. I don't know if the school that's going to receive this check is actually going to use this money properly, and that's why I support President William's Ruto 222 account, because if the money goes and that this public school received from all the MPs and all the bursaries that it received 10 million or 2 million, then you can go and ask, what are you using that money for? How do we know? People have got multiple accounts. You hear it. Maybe the schools have got multiple accounts. The banks have to be held into account. There's a system of how you open up an account. But if all the public schools have got multiple accounts, then all the bursary checks, it's no wonder that people are saying the bursary checks as corruption, MPs are going back to collect it. Today I'm giving out 16 million because it's a vote in my NGAF. But I know it's not going to be enough to keep that child in school, especially the one in boarding. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be fair because there are many who are not going to get it. And it's still going to see children like the ones that were in St. Anne's kicked out. Can you imagine the lack of dignity that those kids feel when all the other children know you were the ones outside?
Yeah. So then that draws the question, and many ask this, and it might sting a little, but when we look at things like this, what then does that have to do with how or whether the leader who will take control of these matters is male or female?
For me, first of all, the headmistress and the deputy headmistress, I understand, are female. The thing is, when that was happening, I got briefing from the MCA because he was there and my representative from Makadara. For me, I think when it comes to performance, a man and a woman can equally perform the job properly.
Or should.
Yes, and should perform the job properly. But in the same level, because there's a standard that is set and you have to do it. Whether it's a girl that requires sanitary towel, whether you're a male leader or a woman leader, you should care. And that's why the budget committee should care to give us more money for sanitary towels, and then also don't discriminate. Why are you giving only primary and not secondary? But the thing is, again, families. If we reach a point as a country where we are saying government has to provide everything, then let us be prepared to pay 60 to 70% taxation. Because then we're saying that government has to raise your children, has to provide their full education, has to provide the sanitary towels, provides the uniform, provides the beds, provides everything. So for me, I feel that something that I'm the only leader who talks about is we need to plan our families. I'm dealing right now with a case of a refugee who ran away from DRC, went into Uganda, went into Kakuma, and they're still following her. And she wants to now be good to go to a foreign country, maybe Australia, US, etc. 11 children.
Where are they following her?
Okay, because she's got a case, and so she's been running away from whoever killed her husband, and she's come into the country. She's really, really badly battered, very gruesome. And the thing is, when I heard the story, and I was told, "Can you find her a home to stay while we try and get her processed to go out?" I said, "Yeah." And what's the situation? It's one woman, 11 children.
11.
11.
And she came with all 11 children.
All 11 children, and she's gone from DRC.
What's
to
the age?
The youngest probably is about 10.
And the oldest?
20, 24. Okay. So the thing is, so for me, family planning is so crucial, because even when somebody wants to help you, if somebody wants to help your family, it's easier to take a mother with 2 children than it will be to take a mother with 11. Okay, because then it's a burden to the other country. All right. And I was like touched when I heard that this country, Australia and New Zealand, was willing actually to take this family. But the thing is family planning. I have a mother who comes to me and tells me 2 of my children are not in school. All right. And I look at her and she's pregnant. All right. And I'm saying, you can't afford the 2 that you have. Why are you pregnant again? There's this notion that if I get pregnant, maybe the man that I'll get pregnant with will be better than the 2 who left, maybe 2 children, and look after the other 2. So women have got to stop needing a man to look after them. They've got to be able to stand on their own. So like right now we have a project that we're doing, sugarcane. We're going to be giving the sugarcane machines so that we give a woman to be able to make the sugarcane, sell it, and be able to make some income. But even when we give people these projects, right, we find that if council is going to, the county government is going to, Kanjo is going to attack them, then break their equipment, then we are not getting anywhere. So it's like this, Nyeri said we're a man-eat-man society. So trying to survive is tough.
You
it's
paint
tough.
a picture that is actually very representative of who we are, not what we are as a country, but who we are as a people.
Yes.
Because if we have a situation where the vast majority of our population is still in the rural areas, and that the vast majority of women in these places are dependent on men. There is a population of Kenya who is a population who are born in towns, they are urbanites. But a very large number have come into town when they're already grown up. So the values they have are the same values they had when they left whatever rural place they came from. Now, we are talking about a country where our socialization represents the values of people who've grown up in a rural setting. And the values that we speak of that marginalize women are often most dominant in some of these communities. Now, if this is our lived reality then, and we're saying we wish to see a change where women are respected, women have a rightful place, and yet when we look at those who can make the change simply because some of these decisions have to be political, and we have a constitution that supports it, what do you think women need to do, not just to get their voices heard, but to ensure that they actually secure their rightful place? Because it is clearly not going to be given to them.
It's a lot of hard work, planning, and community. Just on Wednesday, there's a lady in Kisumu who she's a Baha'i, and she does a soul walk at Karura, and we just went for the soul walk.
Baha'i
is a faith. It's a faith, and it's a faith. It's the Baha'i faith where they believe in community. They have worship places where anyone can go. In fact, I went to Uganda and I met the Baha'i. I went to one of their Baha'i worship places, and she was talking about community. We were talking as we were meditating and walking and in silence, and also trying to connect with our senses in the forest. The thing is, she was talking about community. So these women need to have sisters, Like I have a clique of women, and we depend on each other, and we talk to each other, and we plan together. So you have to have community. You have to have people that are in your space, and you can work together and plan together. But you also have to have your own individual goals, and you have to work on them. But the women in the rural areas, can I tell you what's happening in the rural areas?
Yes.
The women are the ones who are toiling the land. The women who are the ones who are doing the farming. The women are the ones who are holding all the chickens and eggs and everything, the animals. The men are going into the urban centers, disappearing, starting new families, and forgetting that they even had a family at home. It's only when they now need to go and get married that they end up there. So for me, I feel that in Nairobi alone, we've got what, over 5 to 7, 8 million people now. All right. Well, let's wait for the census and we see.
Yeah, 5 points.
No, they say 5 point something, but I'm sure Nairobi is over congested right now, and I think we're anywhere near between 5 and 7. All right. So for me, urbanization is happening very fast. People are leaving the farms, and people don't want to farm. And that's why we ended up in a food crisis. So for me, I feel that we need to find a balance between, the county governments. The whole idea, Baba's whole plan was devolution, take it everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? But unfortunately, there are certain counties that have received so much money, including equalization fund, and you have nothing to account for it. And I think it's about time that we address that. Because if devolution worked, urbanization would be slow.
Okay.
Right? And I think we've got colleges, we've got everything, but should we also have to have money to get people to do business, right? Yeah, we have to have money to get people to do business or to do farming.
Do you think that the insistence on this gender balance is actually counterproductive to what it's supposed to actually achieve? I'll explain. When we see that there's a need for things to be done, it seems as though we've often said it should be done because we need the balance. It should be done because we should include women. It should be done because there should be a balance in leadership. And that's why things like affirmative action came into play. But there is an argument for getting things done, and the recognition and balance then becomes a byproduct of the action. Do it anyway. Whether you want to look at me because I'm a man or a woman doesn't play a role here at all. But can we see then this representation? Can we see then that when you go to the vote, that I will give you the position based on the things that I've seen done, and that becomes a byproduct of action, rather than us saying, give this thing to me because I'm not going to get it because I'm sitting on this other side of the gender divide.
Now, that is the reason why we're not getting the gender balance, not just by constitution, but by also just by voting. All right? And I'll tell you what, if you're judging a leader by what they've done, then you're going to be electing the same male leader because you've been served by a male. So remember, Nairobi has 85 wards, 17 constituencies. Right? Last parliament, we had only one woman in 17. That was Masi Gakuya in Kasarani. This parliament, we have Elachi Beatrice in Dagoretti North. One woman in 17. If there wasn't a woman representative seat, the entire county of Nairobi only would have had Elachi. All right? Before that, there was hardly any woman in Nairobi in the 11 constituencies being elected. So what I want to say is, because you're judging on past performance, right? And it's male dominated, the chances of bringing in women are much slimmer. Because now look in Nairobi, you've got one, okay, Elachi. We need to have more women. So of course we need to find a way to say we can do. Trust us, because Esther was there, because Elachi was there, because Mercy was there, okay, because Martha Kome is there, right? Trust us that we can do it. Because right now, if they are judging you on what you've done,
you've not been given an opportunity to do.
Yes, and you see, the thing is, it takes a lot of money. I was Mama Ta. I had already done the Adopt a Life project. I was known everywhere. So it was an easy ride for me. That's why the first election I went to in 2017, I had more votes than both presidential candidates. So the thing is, it was because I was already a brand. I already had the name. How many women have the resources to become that brand? So we need, and every time we tell the donors that we need women to be given money to be able to do projects, the donors want to take us into conference rooms to teach us about leadership. A woman's a born leader. It's innate. It's in her nature. So she doesn't need to be taught to lead. She needs to be given the resources, because we have an electorate that rewards leadership on tokenism. It's what you have done for me lately. What have you done for me lately? There's that song. That's the thing. What have you done for me? So then you don't want guff, and you want me to come and do projects for you. All right? So at the end of the day, with guff, I will be able to touch you. But with guff, I'll be able to touch maybe 50,000 people, all right, in my tenure. So if I touch 50,000 people, then you're hoping that they will talk to another 10. So you will end up with 5 million people thinking.
So are we saying there's no solution out of this?
No, let me tell you what. Life goes on. And life improves. So long as life goes on and life gets better and you're consuming that elephant one bite at a time, human beings should always be grateful. So, for me, I start my day with a gratitude journal. I start my day being grateful for the things that I'm able to achieve and then planning the things I want to achieve. And remember, you can make a plan, but if you don't take an action, your plan is as good as dead. Faith without works is dead. The Bible has all the answers. You just need to be able to plan and take action. Now the thing is, I'm looking at this generation that we have today, right? And there is a lot. The population, for me, the population is overwhelming. I remember there's a time Jimmy Wanjigi went and he was telling everyone, have children, because look at India, look at China, look at all these Asian countries, the population is so big. We need to have children. Africa has a crisis. We've got a bulging youth population. We don't have jobs. And no matter what we do, we cannot create the jobs for all that population. So we need to actually go easy on population. Right? And we keep saying all the time the West wants to depopulate us. And when the president is going around the world trying to find jobs for us, right? It's because Europe has a population crisis. It might be an advantage for us, but we need quality workers. And we have quality. The other day, I was watching this judge. I actually had to Google and find out what was his name. Justice Mwamuye. I mean, I was watching him, and I was looking at the way he presented himself, the way he handled the case, and he handled himself. And I had a proud moment there. That wow, Kenyans, given the opportunity, can ace anything. His presentation, his understanding, his charisma, everything was just perfect. And then it reminded me, today, I mean, I was taught by a few white teachers and a few African teachers, but teachers who'd been taught by white. So they were very, 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 very good teachers. I don't know what's happening today. You can finish Form 4 and you still can't read English and speak English. When we had the nurses going to London to try and get jobs, they failed on English proficiency. So for me, I'm thinking...
it is not that they didn't know.
Then?
No. There's a certain level of competence in the language. The point you make is a valid one. And it's a censure on our education system. But these exports require certain qualifications. You may actually know how to speak, but what they require of you is perhaps a little more than what it is that you think is adequate.
Let me tell you, we've lowered the bar, and it's not just Kenya. I saw even England talking about, the UK talking about, the students are coming out of school and their knowledge is not at par with what it was 20 years ago or 15 years ago. What have we done wrong to education? Why are we not churning out the students that are, and we're going back to the ECD, the CBC. The thing is, we have to understand that the world is changing, but communication is essential for everything. So it starts with absolutely good English. It starts, people ask me, so did you study in America? I said, no, I studied only in Kenya. I didn't study in America. I didn't study in the UK. I studied in Kenya. But today you take somebody who's coming out of university or coming out of high school, and their English is not, I'm shocked. And I met somebody who recently wants to be, is a teacher somewhere, and she wants to go and get to work in government. And I'm thinking, and I'm looking at her and I'm thinking, your English. And, if her English is poor right now and she wants to become a teacher, how is she going to teach the students good English?
And what will get to them.
Yes.
Seems like there's a lot of work to do.
There's a lot of work to do, but that's life. And that's beautiful. I would hate to wake up tomorrow and have no work to do. So as long as there is work, we have to plan it. And the thing is to have targeted, for me, like Nairobi, I'm targeting what I want to do. This, I'm on the SGBV space. I'm building an amazing safe house. It's a model safe house. I'm connecting it with the call center. I'm connecting it with the medical centers. I'm connecting it with the police stations. I want to have a holistic approach. And recently, something happened recently that I actually contacted the IG. The hotlines for the governments are not working, and I had a robbery in one of my farms, and I was trying to figure out who to call, and I tried the hotlines of government, and none of them were working. And I was like, okay, that's an area that we need to fix. So for me, I want to look for a problem and not just announce the problem, but be part of the solution. That's what we have to do. And I never want anyone to lose hope. And then we have to plan our families. We have to plan our families. And let's not shy away from the jobs. On Monday, I'll be seeing off about 16 Kenyans going to work in Greece, in my father's country, thanks to some partnership that our councillor for Kenya in Greece has worked on. And I'm happy that they're going. And one of them left a very, very blue chip company in Kenya with his degree. He was only earning 30,000 here. He's going to go and earn over 1,500 euros. So I'm happy that we're opening opportunity out there for Kenyans. All I want to say is grab these opportunities. A job in hand is better than two in the bush.
Thank you very much. Nairobi County Woman Representative Esther Passaris has been our guest this hour. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
These conversations definitely must continue. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this week. We join again on Monday, God willing, at 6 a.m. Continue. Have a good weekend. It's 1 minute after 10.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As Kenya transitions from the 844 education system to the competency-based curriculum